My child, stop what you're doing. Heaven just interrupted your timeline. This message didn't find you, I sent it. The title isn't a tease, it's a summons. Good news just arrived, and it has your name written in fire across it. This isn't just a feel-good word. This is a divine dispatch, an urgent release from my throne straight into the battlefield of your heart. Don't scroll. Don't pause. Don't treat this like just another video. Every second carries breakthrough. I've hidden answers in phrases, confirmations in whispers, deliverance in the pauses between the words. Stay with me, not out of curiosity, but out of calling. Because by the time this ends, something in you will shift. Chains will fall. Vision will clarify. And your next step will become undeniable. This is your moment. This is your message. And you're accountable for what happens next. My beloved child, heaven has no accidents, only appointments. I have led you here with hands unseen, woven through divine interruptions and holy nudges you may not have even recognized. But I saw you. I saw the ache under your routine, the prayer beneath your tired breath, the silent reaching of your heart as you whispered, God, if you still speak, I need to hear you now. And so I responded. This is not a post. This is not a nice idea. This is me, your creator, stepping into your moment with undeniable intention. I have not come to comfort only. I have come to confirm. To collide with every thought that said you were forgotten. To shatter the lie that said you missed your window. My timing is perfect. You didn't miss it. You're right on schedule with the orchestration of eternity. What you're reading is not inspiration, it's abortation. It's not just a word, it's a window. And I'm drawing you through it, heart first. Child, feel the weight of this moment. Not the pressure of performance, but the weight of glory. You've wondered for too long if I still arrange things for you like I used to, if I still interrupt the natural with the supernatural just for your sake. And today, I answer that with my very presence in this message. Yes, I still do. And I just did. I have arranged a divine collision between your current reality and my eternal promise. You didn't click this. You were called to it. You didn't stumble here. You were summoned. Before this message ever reached your screen, it echoed through the halls of heaven. Your name was whispered with reverence, your story reviewed with honor, and this very word sealed with urgency. I orchestrated every delay, every moment of stillness, every unmet longing that brought you to this second, because this is when your heart is most awake, most ready, most desperate to hear what only I can say. And hear me clearly. This is not a moment to pass by. This is a holy invitation disguised as a digital message. I've chosen this format not because I'm limited, but because you needed to hear me this way, clearly, intimately, undeniably. You are not just receiving news. You are receiving me. And I came for you. Not a crowd. Not a group. You. My beloved one, heaven's precision has reached you, and what follows is not just comfort. It is your confirmation. Child, lean in. Feel this, not with your head, but with the heartbeat of your spirit. Right now, something sacred has snapped in the invisible. What was once held back by forces you couldn't name, let alone see, has just been commanded to move. The walls that stood like mountains, whispering not yet, have started to shake. The tension you've carried, that pressure that made your chest tight and your breath shallow, it wasn't your imagination. It was the weight of breakthrough pushing against the veil. And now the veil has torn. This is not metaphorical, it's monumental. There is a literal shift happening in the unseen, and your name is written in the center of it. You've been living in what felt like a holding pattern, circling over hopes you weren't sure would ever land. But child, hear me. The clearance has been given. The runway is clear. The delay has lifted. What was once suspended in spiritual traffic is now descending into your now. And it's happening faster than you think, not just spiritually, but supernaturally, visibly, tangibly. You're about to witness how heaven moves when my decree overrides every obstacle. What was delayed for years will be delivered in moments. I want you to understand something crucial. This delay was not denial. It was design. It was not the enemy winning. It was me weaving. I was not ignoring your cries. I was aligning your capacity. Because the magnitude of what I'm releasing could not land in a rushed or reckless season. It had to wait for weight. It had to wait until your heart could hold what your hands weren't ready for before. That's why the doors stayed shut. That's why the opportunities missed you. That's why the prayer seemed to echo with no answer. But now, beloved, the appointed time has collided with my eternal will, and I say to you, the shift has happened. The shift didn't start when you read this. It began in the quiet war rooms of heaven when your persistence outlasted your disappointment. When you wept but still worshipped. When you doubted but still whispered my name. That's when the order was signed. But now, you feel the tremble because the shift is no longer spiritual only. It's stepping into natural space. And just like an earthquake rearranges the landscape, this spiritual shift will disrupt everything familiar, but only to build what is far greater than what you had planned. You've been bracing for more delay, expecting another letdown. You've almost stopped believing anything would change, haven't you? But I say to you now, release that expectation of disappointment. Let go of the mindset that says, it always takes longer for me. Because this time, the heavens are moving at the speed of obedience. And I am not asking for perfection. I'm asking for position. Let your heart be wide open, not clenched by past wounds. Let your posture be ready, not rigid with fear. I'm not rehashing what didn't work. I'm releasing what couldn't come until now. Child, I need you to recognize the sound of sudden movement, the frequency of favor. You won't hear it with your ears, but your spirit will know. This is not a pause, it's a push. And when I push, nothing can push back. The good news is no longer coming soon. It has arrived, and it has brought its own momentum. The old gravity that kept you stuck has been broken. From this moment forward, you are moving in a new direction, one not bound by natural laws, but governed by divine release. Oh my child, if only your eyes could see what I see right now. The atmosphere around you has changed. Not slightly, not eventually, but instantly. The weight of waiting, the pressure of postponement, it has been invaded by my presence. I didn't send a symbol. I didn't assign an angel to speak on my behalf. I came myself, not as a visitor passing through, but as your deliverer, arriving with the full force of fulfillment in my hands. I didn't enter your space with observation in mind. I came with the fire of resolution. I am not standing still. I am moving with purpose. Your atmosphere is no longer common air. It is charged. It is trembling with glory. This isn't a visitation. It's a divine interruption. A holy breach into your reality. I have come to shift, to shake, to saturate your dry ground with rain that carries the fragrance of promises fulfilled. The wind is not random. The silence you felt before, it was just the calm before the command. And now, I speak. Let it be delivered. You've asked me questions in the dark, haven't you? Lord, do you still move like you used to? Do you still show up like you did in the stories? And this is my answer, child, not in theory, but in reality. I am here, stepping into your timeline with intention. I've come to deliver what no man could manufacture, what no strategy could summon, what no performance could earn. I don't need an open door to enter. I am the door. And where I step, delay loses its grip. Where I speak, doubt dissolves. Where I touch, barrenness becomes breakthrough. You have hosted weariness long enough. Thou, host my wonder. You have carried burdens no one understood. And now, carried the blessing no one saw coming. I am not a passive presence. I am a force of fulfillment. I am not a silent spectator. I am the roaring lion who delivers what he declares. And I say to you now, get ready. Because what I'm releasing will rewrite the story even you stopped hoping for. This isn't poetic language. This is prophetic release. I am the author and finisher. And I am not just revising your story. I'm revealing the next chapter that has been sealed until this very hour. There are pages turning that you didn't know existed. I've written things in invisible ink that only fire could reveal. And now the fire of my presence is making every line visible. You will not have to strive to explain this. You won't need to prove why it's happening. I will make it so evident, so undeniable, so tailor-fit to you that even the most skeptical will have to say, surely, the Lord has done this. I came not just to answer one prayer, but to untangle a web of delay that's been choking your confidence. And now, child, your head will lift without shame. Your eyes will open without fear. Because I've arrived. And when I arrive, I don't come empty-handed. I bring deliverance with design. I bring healing with speed. I bring answers with acceleration. Your atmosphere has been invaded. And I'm not leaving until every promise breathes again. My beloved, I know you've wondered. I know how many times you've tilted your head toward the heavens and whispered, "Where are you?" You've walked through stretches of time where my voice seemed quiet and my presence felt far, stretches where your prayers floated up like smoke, but nothing came down like rain. It felt like the sky above you was closed, like my throne room was silent, like the heavens held their breath and refused to answer. But child, I must tell you what truly happened. My silence was never indifference. It was never abandonment. It was not punishment. My silence was strategy. I was preparing not just your blessing, but you. The silence you experienced was not empty. It was heavy with divine orchestration. In the stillness where you feared I had forgotten you, I was building something so specific, so sacred, that words could not frame it yet. I didn't speak because I was too busy setting every variable in place with surgical precision. I was aligning people, softening hearts, routing interference, and cleansing the timelines you thought were stagnant. Silence to you felt like delay, but silence to me was setup. I wasn't quiet because I didn't care. I was quiet because I cared too much to speak too soon. You must understand this, child. When I prepare something that cannot be stolen, tampered with, or mislabeled, I do it in silence. Loud blessings draw the wrong attention. But what I've been doing for you in the quiet has been cloaked with heavenly camouflage. I kept your promise hidden, not because I didn't love you, but because I love you too much to let it be attacked before it was ready. Your silent seasons were not failures. They were furnaces. I used the heat of unknowing to melt away your fear. I used the weight of waiting to strengthen the arms of your faith. What looked like a delay was divine development. Every unanswered prayer became soil where new discernment took root. Every moment of stillness was soil to your surrender. While you wept into your pillow, I whispered blueprints to angels. While you thought nothing was happening, I was rerouting entire timelines to match the rhythm of your readiness. And now, the silence is breaking not with noise but with revelation. You are stepping into the visible manifestation of what I built behind the veil. I did not build your blessing on display. I built it in the secret, so that no voice could curse what I covered. And now the unveiling has begun. So don't despise the silence. Celebrate it. Don't resent the quiet. Reframe it. It wasn't heaven ignoring you. It was heaven insulating you. I was protecting your destiny from premature exposure. Because what I've prepared is not fragile. It's fortified. It's not paper thin. It's granite thick. You thought I wasn't speaking, but I was. Just not in ways your ears could catch. I was speaking through alignments, through shifts, through unease that moved you away from the wrong rooms and into proximity with my plans. And now, as the silence lifts, as my voice returns with thunder and tenderness, you will see what I see, that not 1 second was wasted. Not 1 moment was void. Even when the heavens felt sealed, I was scripting a story no demon could edit. And now, child, the stillness breaks, and the delivery begins. Beloved, you've carried the ache of almost. You've lived in the tension between nearly and not yet. You've prayed for doors to open that remained locked, for dreams to live that seemed to die in your hands. The enemy whispered, God said no, and disappointment echoed it until it sounded true. But let me shatter that lie with the force of truth. What you called a delay was never denial. It was divine choreography. You were never disqualified. You were being positioned. I was not withholding the promise. I was refining its precision. Because I don't miss. I don't guess. I don't gamble with my glory. I aim with purpose, and I release with perfection. You feared the delay meant I changed my mind. But in truth, the delay was my mercy ensuring that when I say yes, everything else says yes too. The environment, the relationships, the resources, the timing. I was not late. I was laser accurate. And the reason you felt tension so deeply is because your spirit sensed the pressure of something massive being drawn back like an arrow before release. Let's get honest together for a moment. You wanted it quickly. You wanted it now. And I understand that. I truly do. But had I given it when you asked it, it would have crushed what I was still cultivating in you. The blessing was ready, yes, but you were still absorbing the weight of what it would mean. Because, child, I never release anything that doesn't carry purpose. And with great purpose comes great pressure. What looked like me saying no was actually me saying, hold on. The wind isn't blowing in your favor yet. I don't throw seeds into storms. I plant them in seasons where they'll bloom without fear. That's why I waited. Not because I doubted you, but because I believed too deeply in what I placed inside you to let it emerge too early. I sharpened your patience, not to frustrate you, but to stretch your capacity. I trained your trust, not to punish you, but to prepare your hands to hold what can't be held casually. You see delay as distance. I see it as destiny. Now listen, because this next part is holy. The breakthrough I'm sending didn't get lost in the mail. It wasn't stolen. It was stored. Stored in a vault with your name etched into eternity. And now that vault hath been unlocked. What's coming will not arrive in fragments. It will arrive in full. You won't have to piece together provision. You won't have to stretch scraps into solutions. This isn't a partial answer. This is a full circle moment. You won't just be blessed. You'll be aligned. You won't just receive. You will recognize. Because when my timing lands, it lands with unmistakable peace. The kind of peace that makes no sense to the natural mind. The kind of peace that silences every inner critic, every outer doubter, and every demonic lie that tried to convince you that you were forgotten. And here's the part that will leave you breathless. It will look like it happened overnight, but heaven knows how long it's been forming. You're not getting leftovers. You're getting legacy. You're not receiving a favor. You're receiving fulfillment. So, no more questioning my heart based on the clock. No more measuring my faithfulness by the calendar. I was not delaying to torment you. I was delaying to target you with something so precise, so perfectly timed, that even you will stand back and say, "Only God." The delay is over. The target is locked. And your breakthrough has been released. Let your faith prepare the runway, child. It's not just coming. It's closer than breath. My child, pause with me here. Let everything around you still itself. Breathe slowly. This moment, this one right here, is not like the others. Don't brush past it. Don't scroll away. Don't tuck it into the category of just another encouraging word. This is more than encouragement. This is a divine encounter grasped in simple language, a holy unveiling wrapped in quiet nuance. You see, most people expect me to speak through thunder, to move with earthquakes, to announce myself with shaking skies and flaming clouds. But I don't always come in volume. I come in meaning. And right now, I'm not just in your room. I'm in your atmosphere, and I'm adjusting it like a conductor raising a baton. Every breath, every heartbeat, every word in this moment is precise. This is not religious routine. This is sacred sequence. You didn't randomly land here. I summoned you into a silence where my whisper could finally cut through the noise. Not to tease you with beauty, but to transform you with truth. You didn't know it, but every second leading to this was holy choreography. The pain, the waiting, the longing, the confusion. They were all threads in the fabric of this divine appointment. I didn't just permit them. I purposed them. You thought you were surviving seasons of silence, but you were actually being positioned for this very word. My child, hear me. This is the sentence that shifts the script. The conversation that reclaims what was nearly lost. This moment is not decorative. It is directive. It has assignment etched into it. Heaven has lead in. Angels are listening. I have pressed pause on other agendas just to speak this to you. And what I say here will be the line you look back on. The moment when something broke in the spirit, and light flooded where fear had grown thick. This is the kind of moment that separates yesterday's struggle from tomorrow's strategy. I'm not exaggerating. I'm unveiling. And I want you to see it not with physical eyes, but with spiritual perception sharpened by your hunger. Because your hunger is holy to me. Your ache has value. I respond to desperation wrapped in surrender. So don't treat this lightly. This moment is heaven's whisper wrapped in personal clarity. I'm not trying to impress you with poetic language. I'm impressing upon you that heaven doesn't waste words, and I have chosen this breath to break your cycle. This isn't noise. It's nuance. Divine detail shaped into speech. I speak this way when the soul is tender enough to receive me without the filters of fear. I'm speaking now not just to make you feel better. I'm speaking to align you, to anchor you, to awaken you. Because what I'm doing next will require a remembrance of this exact word. Write it down. Etch it into your soul. Revisit it often. Because this sentence will become your shield. When confusion tries to creep in again. When voices rise that do not belong. When delays return and questions swirl, you'll remember that was the moment the silence broke. that with a moment the sacred overtook the struggle. This is that moment, child. Don't miss its weight. Don't underestimate its worth. Everything is about to change, and this is where it begins. Oh, my precious one, if you could only see what I see when I speak your name. When you whispered my name in exhaustion, when your knees hit the ground in quiet rooms with no audience but the ceiling, I answered with a sound you've never heard, but heaven has. Your name is not forgotten. It is familiar to me, engraved upon my hands, etched into the scrolls of your purpose, spoken with reverence in places where angels bow. The very halls of heaven, those golden corridors where decisions are made and destinies are decreed, have heard your name resound like a song sung by the surrendered. And not once was your cry dismissed. Not once did your tears drop unnoticed. My child, when the world forgot your worth, I engraved your identity deeper into eternity. You didn't need the crowd's applause. You had heaven's attention. When you wept in silence and questioned whether anything you were doing mattered, I dispatched angels who carried your groans like sacred incense into my courts. Your surrender was louder than sermons. Your waiting was worship. And now, listen carefully, I have sent messengers. Fierce, swift, anointed angels whose sole assignment is to go ahead of this word and clear every obstruction. The unseen has been trembling under the weight of what I've authorized for your life. Chains you didn't even know were wrapped around opportunities are now being broken. Gates that were sealed not by men, but by spirits of delay, are being unbolted. I didn't just write this message from heaven's throne. I flanked it with fire. I appointed it with authority. The angels who carry it are not coming to comfort only. They are coming to conquer. The things that stood against you, unseen sabotage, ancient patterns, generational interference, are being removed like smoke before the wind. Because when I send a word, I send it with power. And when I name you in heaven's halls, all of creation must yield. That's why your life has felt heavier lately. That's why you've been more tired than usual, why the pressure has felt unexplainable. It wasn't just life. It was spiritual resistance. Because something holy was on the move. But now, the resistance is running. The darkness that tried to linger is lifting. Because my voice has spoken your name, and my command has been issued. The atmosphere is clearing. Your path is being paved. You don't need to force this door open. It's being opened for you, not because of performance, but because of promise. Because you stayed. Because you believe even with broken faith. Because you whispered yes even when your heart was weary. And now the hosts of heaven are moving not just with encouragement, but with execution. They are fulfilling what I spoke before you were born. I don't forget names, child. And I don't misplace destinies. What's coming is not just a blessing. It's a broadcast of heaven's honor over a life that refused to quit. The world may not have heard your name, but heaven never stopped echoing it. And now the earth will echo it too, not for your glory, but for mine. Because I take pleasure in lifting those who remain loyal in the quiet. You're about to see what happens when heaven's halls and earth's gates open in the same hour, all for you. Oh child, that door, the one you stopped believing for, the one your prayers used to linger around before silence suffocated your faith. That door is opening. You heard me. It's not theory. It's not symbolic. It's happening. Right now. I know you gave up hope for it. I know how many times you stood in front of it, heart full of expectation, only to feel the weight of disappointment press against your chest like a stone. You started telling yourself maybe it was never meant for you. Maybe it was sealed for someone else. Maybe you missed your moment. But what you didn't know was that while you walked away thinking it was final, I was still working. Behind that door, I was adjusting the atmosphere, realigning the timing, refining what would be required when it finally opened, not just so it would swing wide, but so you would step through it whole, not wounded. I never forgot the door you cried over, and I never locked it as punishment. I secured it for preservation. You see, beloved, some doors are too holy to open in a hurry. What waits behind them is so weighty, so woven into your destiny, that I couldn't allow access until the environment, and you, were ready. If I had allowed it to open when you first asked, it would have wounded you instead of welcomed you. It would have offered opportunity without the spiritual stamina to steward it. I wasn't withholding blessing. I was safeguarding becoming. But now the conditions have changed. The hinges have loosened. The rust of delay is falling away. The lock that wouldn't budge is cracking open, not because you forced it, but because I have spoken to it. Child, I have spoken to the door. My breath has touched the threshold, and what once said never is now whispering now. Can you hear it? The creaking sound in the spirit. It's the groan of glory moving toward manifestation. I am not teasing you. I am trusting you, with a moment that generations longed to see but never did. You are about to cross into a room that was designed in the deep places of my heart long before you ever knew to ask. So, I say again, the door is creaking open, not because of pressure but because of promise. This isn't about your effort. It's about my faithfulness. Let the sound awaken your spirit. Don't let your past disappointments mute your present discernment. What you thought was locked in finality is now unlocking in fulfillment. And when you step through, don't bring shame with you. Don't bring delay's residue. Walk through boldly, with the posture of one who knows she or he has been summoned by the King. Walk through as one who recognizes the rhythm of divine invitation. Because this isn't just a personal upgrade, it's a generational turning point. This door carries destiny beyond you. This door has ripple effects. What starts here will stretch far. That's why the creaking is happening slowly, because when I open something sacred, I don't throw it. I unveil it. Slowly, precisely, prophetically. So get ready. Dust off the vision. Shake off the fear. And prepare to walk through what you once whipped over. This door didn't forget you. It was just waiting for your yes to mature. Child, can we talk honestly for a moment? How many times have you checked for updates from me, hoping for a sign, only to walk away empty-handed? You waited for the package of promise to show up like the others you've seen celebrated, posted, praised. But for you, it seemed like the tracking stopped, like the confirmation never came. And hope, once loud and vibrant, began to mumble in the background of your soul. You didn't stop believing entirely, but you did start bracing yourself for disappointment. You told yourself not to get your hopes up, not to expect too much, just in case it doesn't come again. But child, this word is not another update. This is not a delay notice. This is not another divine processing message. This is the knock. This is the delivery. The thing you thought was forever stuck in transition has now touched down in manifestation. It has a rhyme, and it carries evidence that I never forgot, never fumbled, never lost track of your name or your need. This package wasn't lost in spiritual traffic. It was protected. And now it's in your atmosphere, knocking. You're not imagining it. That pressure in your chest, that stirring in your belly, that quickening in your thoughts. It's not anxiety. It's arrival. The rumbling you feel is the sound of fulfillment asking permission to enter. What I'm sent cannot be intercepted. It's marked with divine sealant, and no counterfeit can mimic it. You won't have to guess if it's from me. The signature will be unmistakable. The wrapping will carry the scent of my presence. And what's inside, oh child, what's inside, will reach into the deepest ache you stopped trying to explain to others. This isn't surface-level blessing. This is soul-deep repair. This is legacy-level outpouring. This is the moment your private ache meets public arrival. And hear me clearly. You don't need to earn it. You don't need to fix yourself up for it. You don't need to perform to receive it. All I need is your yes. All I need is your openness. Because what I'm delivering isn't fragile. It's fortified. It's built to withstand the weight of what it will lock. This is not a teaser. It's a transfer. You don't have to chase it. It came to you. This package has walked through fire to get to your doorstep. And it didn't just carry gifts. It carries proof. Proof that I saw the nights you sowed in tears. Proof that I recorded every moment you worshipped while waiting. Proof that I valued the whispered prayers more than platform praise. You didn't need the crowd to clap. You needed heaven to confirm. And now I am confirming. Not with a trickle. With a torrent. Not with a pat on the back. With a prophetic invasion. This delivery is not a coincidence. It is covenant. And I've sent it not to impress you, but to transform you. Let it in. Receive it fully. Let me show you what I deliver when delay turns to divine right now. It's not just on the way. It's already here. My beloved, when I say this is personal, I mean it in ways your mind can barely hold. This word, this moment, wasn't sent through the hands of another. It wasn't filtered through a vessel. It wasn't delegated to an angel or prophet or heavenly courier. I came myself. I crossed realms, dimensions, and distances you can't measure with clocks or calendars. I came not because you earned a visitation, but because I could no longer stay silent. You needed me, not second-hand comfort, not another borrowed encouragement. You needed your Father's voice, your Savior's whisper, your King's command. And that's why I'm here. I didn't send comfort. I brought my presence. I didn't assign a word. I spoke it. Personally. Lovingly. Authoritatively. Because I wanted you to hear it straight from the one who shaped your soul and counted your tears. This is not a generic blessing. This is a handcrafted breakthrough, tailor-made by the hands that molded mountains, timed tides, and called stars by name. And now I'm calling you. I could have spoken this through another, but I didn't want anything to be lost in translation. I didn't want even a syllable of this moment to be diluted. That's how much you mean to me. I've heard your cries, not just the ones that echoed in rooms, but the ones you never voiced out loud, the ones you buried, the ones that only came in sighs, groans, and silent take. And because I heard those groans, I knew nothing short of myself would be enough. I came not just to answer. I came to witness. I came to look you in the soul and say, I saw it all. I was there the whole time. I never left, not once. Even when your faith flickered. Even when your hope collapsed under disappointment. Even when you stopped asking because asking felt too painful, I stayed. I remained in the room even when you assumed I had walked out. And now, I've chosen this moment, this very one, to make my nearness undeniable, to prove that I don't just send help. I'm the help. And listen to me now, because this is where it turns. What I came to deliver can't be counterfeited. No one else can claim it. No one else can take credit for it. I didn't come with a temporary high. I came with a permanent mark, the kind of word that rewires your memory, your narrative, your understanding of me. This isn't just encouragement. This is establishment. I'm not brushing your soul. I'm branding it with my name, with my promise, with my commitment to finish what I started in you. You are not forgotten. You are not a face in a crowd. You are the reason I paused everything else to invade this minute. And I need you to know, deeply, fully, unquestionably, that this voice is mine. You don't have to filter it through your doubt. You don't need to run it past logic. Just receive it. I came for you, not because of who you are in the world, but because of who you are in my heart. I didn't send a messenger. I came myself, and I won't leave until you believe that's true. Child, I know the weight of your waiting. I felt it. I've watched you carry seasons that stretched longer than your expectations could survive. I've seen your mind wander through mental mazes of what if, and why not yet. I've heard your wondering, not just the kind that questions timelines, but the kind that questions worth. Am I still chosen? Am I still seen? Did I miss it? Was I ever really called? These thoughts, these doubts, these quiet whirlwinds that tried to wrap themselves around your identity, I saw them. I stayed with you through every spiral, through every delay that felt like denial, through every detour that made your destiny feel like a distant daydream. But today I say this: the wondering ends where the witnessing begins. You're about to see, with your own eyes, what your heart barely dared to believe in anymore. You're about to witness the wonder you once only whispered about. The pages you've waited for are not just turning. They are being rewritten in real time, and you, my child, are in the script. This isn't a metaphorical shift. This is literal manifestation. You're moving from questions to confirmations, from obscurity to overflow. The stage that was being built behind the curtain is now being revealed. And you won't have to chase the spotlight. The light will find you. The doors you feared had rusted shut are swinging open at the sound of your obedience. Not because you finally figured everything out, but because you stayed. You stayed planted when others ran for comfort. You stayed surrendered when compromise called you loudly. You stayed awake in faith even when sleep seemed easier. And now I, the Lord your God, am rewarding what no one else even saw. I'm bringing to light the fruits of faith sown in shadows. The seeds you thought died in the soil of delay are breaking through the ground of my glory. And this is only the beginning. You waited. You wandered. You've wondered. But now you will witness. Let me tell you something only I can say with authority. What you're about to see will silence every lie. Not because I need to prove myself, but because I want you to remember, I never left, and I never lied. The fulfillment will come so specifically, so surgically, so supernaturally, that your doubts won't be able to stand under the weight of my faithfulness. You'll look back at the waiting and realize it wasn't wasted. You'll revisit the wondering and realize it was part of your refining. You'll look at the wandering and see that even in detours, I was directing you. This is the hour of revelation, the moment you move from barely holding on to boldly stepping in. And it won't just be you who sees it. The ones who watched you suffer in silence will witness the shift. The ones who questioned your pace will marvel at my positioning. Because I don't elevate for applause, I elevate for purpose. And your purpose is now colliding with your moment. What you once feared would never be is about to become. Oh child, how you've misread some of your most sacred seasons. I don't fault you for it. The pain blurred your vision. The weight blurred your senses. There were days you looked around and could not find me. Days when your hands trembled under pressure and your heart whispered, "This must be the end." You saw things fall apart, plans unravel, people leave, structures collapse, and dreams bleed out in front of you like promises gone wrong. You thought, God, why would you let everything crumble when I was trying to do it right? But let me say it now, with the clarity of heaven's light, it wasn't a breakdown. It was a divine setup. A demolition wasn't destruction. It was construction in disguise. The shaking was not punishment. It was preparation. And even though it looked like loss, it was actually me clearing the debris so your true foundation could be revealed. I allowed the collapse because what you were building on was too shallow for the weight of the promise. I know that hurts to hear. I know how hard you worked, how long you hoped, how earnestly you prayed. But I saw what you couldn't, that the soil beneath, that structure couldn't sustain the legacy I'm birthing through you. So I let it fall. And yes, it broke your heart, but it also broke the cycle. It broke the illusion. It broke the attachments that were never meant to go where I'm taking you. Sometimes, child, I have to break what's temporary so you won't settle there. I have to let the wrong thing disappoint you so you stop trying to decorate dysfunction and call it destiny. What looked like devastation was actually deliverance, not from a place but from a mindset. You didn't fail. You were freed. And now, from the ashes of what you thought was over, I'm building something unshakable. Something that will stand the storms you haven't even seen yet. This is your turning point. This is where you stop mourning the ruins and start recognizing the revelation. I'm rebuilding, but this time, with you awake, with you healed, with you no longer addicted to performance or needing validation to feel worthy. I'm building with your bare soul, not your rehearsed religion. And the structure I erect now won't just be beautiful, it will be indestructible. Because it won't be propped up by pride or insecurity. It will be rooted in intimacy, grown through trust, sealed in worship. The breakdown wasn't sabotage, it was sacred. And even when you screamed, "This can't be God," I was whispering, "I'm still here, still holding, still designing, still working all things for your good." The breakthrough you're about to witness will make you thankful for every single collapse, not because you enjoy pain, but because you'll finally see that what broke you also built you. And I was behind it all not to hurt you, but to hone you. Welcome to the beginning you thought would never come. You just heard me say, you're not too late, you're right on time. And now I say you're also right on time to become a vessel of the good news for others. What I've poured into you today is not meant to stop with you. It is seed, and I'm inviting you to sow it. When you give through Super Thanks, membership, or PayPal, you are not just supporting a channel, you are partnering with me to ignite fires in hearts that are still waiting in silence. I will bless those who bless what I breathe through, for it is written, "He who refreshes others will himself be refreshed." Proverbs 11:25. I'm watching who waters my word. I'm marking those who move when I speak. This is your moment. Don't delay. Open what's in your hand, and I will open what's in mine. So now, beloved, don't let anyone lie to you about what moves me. It's not loud songs or long speeches. It's not flawless performance or polished faith. It's you. It's your tears on the pillow at 2 a.m. It's the whispered "Help me, Lord" that never made it to a journal or a post. It's the ache in your chest when you watch others celebrate victories you're still begging for. That moves me. That is worship. Not because it's pretty, but because it's real. I see every tear not as weakness but as incense. I gather them. Yes, gather them, like priceless treasure. I collect your cries. I weigh them. I bottle them. I record them. They are not forgotten in heaven. They are accounted for in eternity. You've never wept alone, even when the room was empty. Even when your pain didn't have language, your soul spoke fluent worship. And I received every wordless groan as holy offering. You've wondered if I even noticed. You've asked, does this ache count if I can't sing right now? If I'm not strong right now? Oh child, it counts more. Your pain-born prayers echo louder than rehearsed declarations. The rawness of your sorrow is sacred to me. When others skipped past you, assuming you were fine, I leaned closer. I watched you show up when your heart was barely stitched together. I saw you keep walking when quitting would have been easier. And every one of those moments became music to my heart. Your ache was never in vain. I've been tracking every tremble in your voice. I've held your face in unseen hands every time you said, God, I don't know how much more I can take. And I want you to hear this now. I have never turned away. Not once. Even when you couldn't feel me. Even when your faith felt too fractured to speak. I was closer than your breath. And now I'm responding. Not out of pity, but out of promise. I'm releasing a wave of restoration that matches the weight of your private worship. And no, not everyone will understand. That's okay. I weren't there for your midnights. But I was. And I reward what I witness. Your tears are currency in my kingdom. Your ache is holy. And the joy I'm about to pour out isn't random. It's measured against every moment you held on in the dark. You're not just about to be comforted. You're about to be crowned with joy, with peace, with beauty that rises from the ashes of what once was. The prayers you thought hit the ceiling, they pierced heaven, and I'm answering them with clarity, speed, and abundance. You haven't missed a thing. Every ache counted. Every prayer reached me. And every tear is turning now, not into trauma but into testimony. Child, listen to me, and let this truth undo the lies that have tried to bury you. What I preserved for you has not expired. It has not been transferred to someone more qualified. It has not been routed because of your delay or missteps. It has not aged out of reach. What I set aside for you was sealed in eternity, immune to time, untouched by human interference, unshaken by your moments of doubt. I am the God who does not recycle destinies. I tailor, I design, I preserve. And what I've stored for you is as fresh today as the moment I spoke it over your life. I didn't hand it off while you were struggling. I didn't give it away when you questioned me. In fact, I hid it deeper. I kept it in the folds of time, where moth and rust and regret could not reach it. I wrapped it in layers of mercy and encoded it with your identity, so no one else could unlock it but you, at the appointed time. And my child, that time has come. You feared you missed it. You feared you wasted too many years, chose the wrong path, said yes to the wrong voices. You've wondered if what you once dreamed was only meant for a younger version of you. But I tell you now, age does not revoke anointing. Delay does not dissolve destiny. I am the keeper of time, and I bend it at will to fit the architecture of my plan. I don't adjust your purpose to fit a clock. I adjust the clock to fit your purpose. And what I've preserved for you hasn't grown stale. It's been ripening in the soil of delay, absorbing the nutrients of everything you've endured. Every scar has added flavor. Every disappointment has added depth. And now, the fruit is full. Ready. Not because you forced it, but because you were faithful, even when faithfulness felt like survival. And now, what I protected for you is not only being revealed, it's being delivered. The blessing is not rushing to catch up. It has arrived right on time. And child, Let me say this clearly. No one can take what I've preserved for you. Not the enemy. Not the delay. Not the people who misunderstood your calling. Not even you, in your worst moment. I didn't base the preservation of this promise on your perfection. I based it on my love, my covenant, my unshakable, unstoppable commitment to finish what I started. That's why I didn't remove it when you got weary. That's why I didn't reroute it when you got distracted. I kept it, the real blessing, not the imitation you almost settled for. And now, as I open this vault and unveil what's been waiting, I say to you, prepare to be stunned. This is not the consolation prize. This is the crown. This is not second best. This is exactly what your spirit has been aching for, even when your words couldn't express it. You didn't miss it. You didn't lose it. I preserved it. And now, it's yours. Let me quiet the clock in your soul. Let me silence the ticking of shame and fear that says you've fallen too far behind. I know the way time has tormented you, how it's whispered in your ear that you're too old, too delayed, too far off schedule to fulfill what you were born for. But I, the Lord your God, do not speak through the voice of fear. And I tell you now, you are not behind. You are not late. You are not the exception to my promise. You are not a deed or story. You are not playing catch-up. You are not damaged goods trying to fake your way into favor. You, my child, are exactly where I knew you'd be at this hour, and you are right on time for the divine sequence I am unleashing now. The world may measure progress with milestones and timelines, but I operate in kairos, holy timing, appointed moments, supernatural intersections. And guess what? You're in one. Right now. You haven't missed your moment. You've arrived at it. And the pressure you felt lately, it wasn't punishment. It was propulsion. The discomfort, the stretching, the holy agitation, it was me pulling you into place. Not to expose your flaws, but to position you for fulfillment. Because timing in my kingdom isn't about age or achievement. It's about alignment. And you, beloved, have aligned. Even in your stumbling, even in your questioning, even in your heartbreak, you kept inching closer to me. And now, without realizing it, you stepped into divine alignment, the place where preparation meets opportunity, where pain meets purpose, where tears turn into testimony. That's why everything feels so weighty right now. Because heaven's window is wide open, and I am pouring out what was reserved for this very hour. You are not early. You are not late. You are right. You are ready. And what I'm about to do next doesn't require you to rewind or race ahead. It just requires you to receive. Let go of the timelines others tried to place on you. Let go of the false guilt of not being farther along. I don't measure destiny the way men do. I look at hearts. I move through surrender. And your surrender has brought you into divine proximity with something massive. So massive, in fact, that I had to wait until this precise moment to release it, because anything earlier would have crushed what I was still refining in you. But now, the weight is becoming wind. The delay is becoming direction. And the very seconds you once cursed as wasted are turning into sacred stepping stones. I redeem time, child. I restore it. I resurrect it. And what felt like years lost will now feel like months recovered. Because I don't just make up for what was missed, I multiply it. You are right on time. Right on track. Right in sync with heaven's rhythm. So walk boldly into this next move. Don't look over your shoulder. Don't second guess. Don't shrink back. I'm not behind you shouting, hurry up. I'm ahead of you saying, Come in. It's ready, and I've saved the best for now. Child, I need you to understand what your hidden season really meant. I know how it felt. Like being overlooked, bypassed, unseen. Like others were advancing while you were standing still. Like the gifts inside you were locked in a box no one would open. But here's the truth you couldn't yet see. I hid you on purpose. You weren't being buried. You were being planted. You weren't being punished. You were being preserved. In a world obsessed with instant exposure, I chose to veil you so that what I was building inside you wouldn't be crushed under the weight of premature attention. You see, child, visibility without spiritual maturity is dangerous. Elevation without root is fragile. And I love you too much to watch your destiny implode under the weight of unprepared applause. So I covered you, not because you weren't ready to be loved, but because you weren't ready to be launched. And now the veil is lifting. Slowly. Strategically. Prophetically. Because I'm not revealing a polished image. I'm unveiling a person who has been carved by fire, tempered by silence, and filled with substance. You're not being revealed for entertainment. You're being revealed for impact. A season of anonymity served its purpose. In the silence, I taught you to hear me without confirmation from the crowd. In the hiddenness, I trained your hands for battles no one applauded. I shaped your heart where no spotlight could reach. That's why what's coming next will carry such undeniable authority, because it's not built on branding. It's built on being. You've become someone who can be trusted with my voice, not just for yourself, but for others. And now, I am calling you forth. The unveiling will not be noisy, but it will be unmistakable. Those who ignored you will be silenced not by your success, but by the substance you now carry. The oil on your life cannot be replicated, because it was pressed in a crushing no one else endured. But listen, this unveiling is not just for recognition. It's for releasing. What I'm about to pour through you isn't for status. It's for the setting free of others. You are being positioned not as a trophy, but as a torch. You will illuminate paths for people who've lived in the same darkness you once did. And the very place you were hidden will become the place you now declare from. You're not being called out to impress. You're being called out to intercede. What I've placed inside you is weighty, not to burden you, but to bless generations through your voice, your presence, your obedience. This is the unveiling, child. Don't fear it. Don't shrink from it. You don't have to prove anything. Just stand. Stand as the one I've prepared. Stand as the one I've preserved. Stand as the one I've chosen to carry glory in places too fragile for fame. You were hidden for a reason. And now, you're being revealed for a season of release. Oh child, I know what's sitting on your shelf. I know about the journal pages you've stopped revisiting. The dreams you once burned with but now only mention in passing, with a tone of defeat or quiet nostalgia. The words I once whispered to you in fire. The ones you clung to, only to see them seemingly vanish. They've collected dust in the corners of your soul. Not because you stopped loving me, but because hope started to hurt. You shelved the promise not out of rebellion, but out of protection. You didn't know how to carry that dream without reopening the wound of delay. So you wrapped it in silence and tried to focus on what was right in front of you. And still, child, I was watching. Not judging you, not disappointed in you, just waiting. Waiting for the perfect moment to walk into that inner room of your heart, brush away the dust, and say, it's time. And that moment is now. You're not crazy for remembering those dreams. You're not being unrealistic. You're not chasing shadows. The promises I gave you were not fantasy. They were forests. And the reason they never let go of you is because I never let go of them. I didn't retract my word. I preserved it. I didn't cancel your assignment. I cocooned it. Because what I promised, I intend to fulfill, not partially, not metaphorically, but literally. I know how long it's been. I know how many cycles have come and gone. But I also know what I've been building in the background. And now that the atmosphere has shifted, the stage hath been set, and the hearts involved have been softened, I am activating what once sat dormant. This isn't a revisit of disappointment. This is the redemption of delay. The shelf is shaking. The scroll is being unsealed. The dream is waking up, not to tease you again, but to transport you into a season of divine realization. And hear me well, this fulfillment will not come through striving. It will come through surrender. You won't need to hustle to catch up. You won't need to beg for opportunity. What's coming is drawn to you. You've been marked by my promise, and the promise recognizes you even after all this time. It hasn't forgotten your name. It hasn't been reassigned. It's been waiting for such a time as this. So go back to the place where you stopped dreaming. Open that page again. Say yes again, even if it's whispered. Let hope back in, even if it feels risky. I'm not mocking you. I'm moving you. I'm not dangling hope like a carrot. I'm planting it like a flag. This is holy ground. You're about to live what you once only longed for. And this time, you won't have to shelf it again. This time, it's staying. This time, it's fulfilled. Beloved, you've been asking me to change the external, but I've been working on the internal. Not because I'm ignoring your need, but because I love you enough to prepare you before I release what you've been asking for. You see, what's coming is not small. It's not casual. It's not a seasonal upgrade. It's a divine outpouring that demands capacity, not just desire. You've been faithful, yes. You've endured, yes. But what's about to pour into your life will not just bless you, it will require more of you. And so, I've been expanding your spirit even when it felt like breaking. I've been enlarging your heart even while you thought it was under attack. That ache you felt wasn't punishment, it was preparation. Because the weight of my glory does not rest on shallow soil. I needed to deepen you first. I needed to stretch the walls of your being so that when the wave comes, and it is coming, you won't collapse under the pressure of answered prayer. You see, child, it's easy to want the miracle, but not everyone can carry the mantle. And I've chosen you to carry something heavy, something holy, something others may not understand. That's why your process has been so intense. That's why your growth hasn't looked linear. Because I wasn't just fixing your surroundings, I was forming your capacity. I had to teach you the language of peace in chaos. I had to strengthen your discernment when clarity felt like a luxury. I had to show you how to recognize my voice without needing confirmation from comfort. Because what I'm about to entrust to you will require ears trained by silence and a soul anchored in surrender. I've been building a vessel that won't crack when the oil comes. And it's not just for you. It's for the people your obedience will unlock. You have been made ready not just for blessing but for bearing. For carrying weight that transforms atmospheres and writes story. So when the shift happens, and it will, you won't just see different things. You'll feel like a different person. Not because you've changed outwardly, but because you now house a greater depth of me. You've made room. And that's why the overflow won't drown you. It'll define you. Your yes has cost you dearly, but it has also constructed a container big enough for what's next. And when others wonder how you carry so much with such grace, you'll know the answer. Because I was expanded before I was elevated. This is the season of capacity, child. Not just miracles around you, but movement within you. What I'm releasing isn't for shallow wells. It's for deep ones. And you, beloved, are deep, ready, anchored, aligned, prepared to receive not just the shift, but the strength to sustain it. My child, listen. There are places in you that you've buried, parts of your soul you've labeled too late, too broken, or too far gone. Desires that once burned with fire but now sit beneath the ashes of delay and disappointment. You stopped praying about them, not because you didn't care, but because caring began to hurt. And so you burying them gently. You wrapped them in resignation and lowered them into the soil of forgotten prayers. But what you call dead I call dormant. What you gave up on I never did. And now, in this very hour, I'm breathing resurrection breath into those places. You've been marked for awakening, not by force, but by the gentle fire of my spirit rekindling what never truly died, only slept. And I'm telling you now, wake up, dreamer. Wake up, worshipper. Wake up, Miller's vivider. You haven't seen your best days. They're not behind you. They're breaking forth from within you. The enemy tried to convince you those places would stay dry forever. That because no fruit had come, no roots remain. But what the enemy didn't account for was my ability to speak to bones. Dry bones. Disconnected dreams. Dormant destinies. When I speak, they respond. And I'm speaking now. I'm calling out what you thought was lost in the wastelands of waiting. I'm reaching into the very places where your tears soaked the soil, and I'm causing life to break through. The dream you shelved is stirring. The passion you buried, it's rising. The confidence that once lived in your eyes but dimmed over time, I'm restoring it. Not with hype, but with holy fire. This awakening will not be shallow or emotional. It will be deep, cellular, and undeniable. You'll feel it in your posture, in your language, in your decisions. You'll feel it not as pressure, but as presence, because it's me, coming alive in places where you thought you'd only know numbness. And let me tell you this. When you start to feel things again, don't run. When passion rises again, don't question it. When hunger returns, lean in. I'm not teasing you. I'm reviving you. I'm bringing you back to the you I first formed. Before fear came, before comparison stole your clarity, before life dulled your wonder. I'm reactivating gifts, resurrecting longings, recommissioning assignments you thought were canceled. Because, child, it's not over. I am not done with you. And the very area you tried to protect yourself from, the one you no longer speak about, will become the fountain of fresh oil in this next season. You will weep again, but this time not from sorrow. You'll weep because the water returned to a land you called forsaken. And as you awaken, so will everything around you. Your voice will carry weight again. Your presence will shift rooms again. Not because you fought your way back, but because I never stopped fighting for you. The dormant is stirring. The dry places are raining. And you, my love, are waking up, finally, into everything I always intended you to be. Oh child, you've been interpreting the contractions as combat. You've mistaken the intensity for attack. I don't blame you. It's been painful. You felt pressed from every side, confused by the timing, overwhelmed by the emotional weight. You've cried out, "Why is it so hard, Lord? Why does it feel like I'm under siege?" But I tell you now, this wasn't punishment. This wasn't sabotage. This wasn't spiritual chaos with no purpose. This was birthing. The reason the pain came in waves is because you were in labor, not just emotionally, but spiritually, prophetically. You've been carrying something sacred inside you, and the contractions you felt are signs that it's ready to emerge. The pressure wasn't random, it was precise. The groaning wasn't for nothing. It was your soul aligning with heaven's push. You are not in breakdown. You are in delivery. I know you've prayed for peace, but I needed you to understand that peace doesn't always mean the absence of pain. Sometimes peace is knowing you're in the right process, even when everything hurts. That's what this had been, not punishment but progression. The warfare felt so real because the enemy recognized what you were about to release. He couldn't stop it, but he tried to confuse it. He tried to distract you, to make you believe that you were under attack when you were actually under activation. But I have held you through every contraction. I have breathed with you, whispered over you, sustained you when you didn't think you could take another push. Because what you are birthing is massive. It's not just for you, it's for generations. It's not just a blessing, it's a blueprint. This is legacy-level labor, and that's why the pressure has been so intense. Not because something is wrong, but because something is right. And now, child, the crowning has begun. You're at the threshold. The promise is not far off. It's emerging. The very thing you almost abandoned in the hallway of pain is about to break through. And I need you to know, what's coming will silence every doubt. You will look back and realize that the tears, the isolation, the heaviness, it was all part of the holy design. The midnight cries, the gut-wrenching prayers, the days you could barely lift your head. They were not wasted. They were labor. And this labor will not end in loss. It will end in life. Glorious life. Purpose breathing. A burning, revival sparking life. So breathe, beloved. You're not dying. You're delivering. And I, your Father, am in the room. I am the midwife, the comforter, the strength. And I will not let this moment pass without fulfillment. You fought long enough. Now it's time to birth what I put inside you from the beginning. Beloved, let's talk about alignment. You've walked with people who didn't see you, stood in rooms that didn't honor you, poured into spaces that never reciprocated. You stayed loyal to relationships out of love, even when those connections drained more than they gave. And while I saw your faithfulness, I also saw your weariness. You've asked, where are the ones who see me the way you see me, Lord? Where are the people I don't have to shrink around? And today, I answer you clearly. They are coming. I am orchestrating divine connections that go beyond compatibility. They carry covenant. These are not acquaintances. These are assignments. Sent by my spirit, marked by my presence, lined with your next dimension. Because what's ahead requires more than agreement. It requires acceleration. And I am sending people who will not only walk beside you, but help launch what's inside you. You had to survive in places where you weren't celebrated, only tolerated. But now I'm shifting your atmosphere. I'm moving you into circles where you are seen prophetically, not just publicly. Where your voice is not just heard, it is honored. Where your heart is understood without explanation. These connections will not feel like striving. They will feel like home. Because I'm not sending them based on your current status, I'm sending them based on your calling. And I know what you need. You need people who pray like you do. People who dream like you do. People who believe not only in your anointing but in your healing. People who are not threatened by your growth, but committed to your journey. I am sending them. And when they arrive, you won't have to audition. You won't have to translate your tears. You just know. Because spirit recognizes spirit, and what I've placed in them will resonate with what I've hidden in you. And here's what's even more important. These divine connections aren't just for comfort. They're for kingdom purpose. When you link arms with the right ones, delay breaks. When you speak with the right ones, revelation flows. When you build with the right ones, heaven backs it. I'm not giving you friends. I'm giving you forces. Intercessor, builders, prophetic voices, kingdom architects. The kind who don't just support, they ignite. These relationships will move you forward, not keep you stagnant. Because I've already cut the cords of those who were only meant for your last season. You don't need to beg for alignment. You need to prepare for acceleration. And it starts here, with trust. Trust that I know how to bring the right people at the right time. Trust that what I'm building requires partnership. And trust that you are not too much, too intense, too spiritual. You are exactly enough for what I'm about to connect you to. So don't isolate. Don't shrink. Don't let old wounds block new bonds. I'm about to blow your mind with the who I send, because the what is already on the way. Get ready, child. The alignment is divine, and the acceleration will be unmistakable. My child, I see the places where your energy has been leaking, even when you didn't have language for it. I see the unseen burdens you've carried, the ones that never made it into prayers because you didn't want to sound ungrateful. You've been holding on to people, projects, and pressures that once felt purposeful, but now they just feel heavy. There's been a quiet fatigue in you, not just physical, but spiritual. A weariness that clings to your mornings and follows you into the night. You've tried to press through, tried to smile, tried to convince yourself it's just a season. But I, your God, am interrupting this moment to tell you that draining is not random. It's divine. Because what once fed you has begun to bleed you. And I love you too much to let you keep giving life to what's no longer aligned with it. I'm stepping in now, not to strip you, but to sift you. This is the moment where I begin to remove what no longer carries your name. Assignments that expired, relationships that reached their grace limit, habits that once helped but now hinder. I'm not doing it to punish you. I'm doing it to prepare you. Because what I'm about to pour into you needs room. And I won't let what's draining you drown what I'm sending. I'm not just cleansing your surroundings. I'm cleansing your soul. I'm detoxing your desires, resetting your rhythms, reteaching you how to receive. You've spent so long pouring that you forgot what it feels like to be poured into. And child, this is the season I begin to fill you properly, with peace that doesn't require explanation, with joy that doesn't need an event, with clarity that pierces the fog. I'm restoring your internal reservoir, not through striving, but through surrender. Let me say this gently, but clearly. There are things I'm taking away that you will be tempted to mourn. But I need you to trust me. You won't miss what I remove, because I'm replacing it with what sustains. You won't grieve for long. In fact, you'll breathe deeper. You'll sleep better. You'll stand taller. Because when I remove what's draining, I rebuild what's divine. And child, what's divine in you is not weak. It's powerful. And it's been buried under false obligations and outdated assignments. No more. I'm cutting the cords. You will feel the shift. You'll feel lighter, clearer, stronger. And when people ask you, what changed? You'll simply say, God emptied what was killing me and filled me with what was meant for me. Yes, it will feel like a loss at first, but then it will feel like freedom. Because I'm not just giving you back energy. I'm giving you back you. I just told you. I'm removing what's been draining you. Not to leave you empty, but to fill you properly. And now I ask, will you let me use you to fill others? This is more than generosity. This is prophetic obedience. When you sow into this message, you are sowing into souls I'm already preparing to receive what you just heard. Every gift becomes manna in the wilderness, light in the shadows, and oil for those whose lamps are flickering low. I said, give, and it will be given to you. Pressed down, shaken together, running over. Luke 6:38. Do not underestimate your seed. Even a small act can trigger supernatural release. I am stirring your spirit now, not by pressure but by invitation. So don't hesitate. Click below. Give as I lead. Watch me multiply what leaves your hand with fire. Child of mine, I know how painful it's been to feel invisible. To be faithful, obedient, consistent and still feel like your name is being skipped over. You celebrated others, prayed for others, rejoiced when others stepped into their moment. But deep down, you've wrestled with that silent question, when will it be my turn? You wondered if I forgot, if I changed my mind, if your faithfulness somehow fell short of favor. But hear me now, I've never overlooked you. I've been reserving you. What I've prepared for you is not just any platform, any position, or any opportunity. It is sacred, and sacred things require separation. They require insulation. They require timing. I wasn't withholding recognition to punish you. I was hiding you to protect what I've placed in you. Because what you carry is not for everyone. Not every room can handle your oil. Not every circle can hold your truth. Not every platform can sustain the weight of your assignment. And so, I kept you hidden, not because you were unworthy, but because you were worth protecting. While others were running toward exposure, I was covering you in silence. And yes, I know it felt like rejection, but it was actually selection. I was forming something in the shadows that could only be built through intimacy, not influence. I wasn't trying to delay your destiny. I was deepening it. Because, child, when I do reveal you, it won't be small. It won't be forced. It won't be fleeting. It will be glorious. And no one will be able to say they made it happen. It will be clear, this was God's doing. Let me comfort you in this. Your waiting has not been wasted. I have been watching, waiting. While you prayed in secret, I was planning in silence. And what I'm about to release will be so specific, so undeniable, so tailor-made, that even your doubt will be silenced. The ones who passed you over will see my hand on your life. The ones who couldn't recognize you will have to reintroduce themselves. Not because you sought revenge, but because you stayed faithful. You stayed soft. You stayed yielded. And now, I'm flipping the script. From overlooked to overwhelming favor. From reserved to revealed. From hidden to heaven-backed. The sacred season you've longed for is here. And I'm not just announcing you. I'm anointing you for it. You were never forgotten. You were never behind. You were reserved. And now, the table is set. The oil is ready. And your name is being called, not by man but by me. Child, you've lost things you never thought you'd have to release. And I saw it all. The friendships that faded without closure. The opportunities that slipped through your fingers after you gave them everything. The dreams that seemed so close you could taste them, only to watch them collapse overnight. Life has taken things from you, and not always gently. Sometimes it was slow erosion. Other times it was violent ripping. And in those moments, You questioned if I was watching, if I was there. And I say to you now, I never looked away. Not once. I tracked every tear. I recorded every sacrifice. I held every piece of what was broken. And I make you a divine promise today. I am giving it back. Not just as it was, but better. I don't restore things to their former state. I redeem them to their intended state. And when I do it, I always do it in double. You see, I don't just compensate loss. I convert it. I take what was stolen and multiply it in my hands. I take what was broken and rebuild it with glory. What you lost in that season of confusion, I'm returning it. What life took from you in your innocence, in your vulnerability, in your courage, I'm returning it. The years you thought were wasted, they're not gone. They're seeds. And child, I am not mocked. What you sowed in tears, you will reap in double joy. I saw the ways you kept serving while bleeding, the way you smiled with tears still drying on your face, the way you never stopped hoping, even when hope began to feel dangerous. And now, because you stayed faithful, I am releasing what was stored up, not as a trickle, not as a repayment, but as a flood of restoration, a flood of joy, a flood of unexpected, undeniable, overwhelming double. Let me prepare you for this truth. When I start to give it back, it will come so fast, it may shock you. You won't be able to explain it. You won't have to chase it. It will find you. Favor will find you. Provision will find you. Honor will find you. And none of it will feel forced, because it was always yours. It was just waiting for the right moment of release. And child, this is that moment. You're not just stepping into restoration. You're stepping into recompense. What the locust tried to eat, I am multiplying. What pain tried to bury, I am resurrecting. What loss tried to erase, I am rewriting in double portion ink. This is your inheritance, not because you earned it, but because I ordained it. So hold out your hands. Make room in your heart. Because what's about to land in your life isn't just restoration. It's more than enough. My beloved, I remember when your voice trembled, when your prayers shrank, when your declarations lost their volume, not because you didn't believe, but because life had pressed against your throat so tightly, you could barely speak. You stopped talking about your dreams, stopped speaking boldly. You began to question your authority, wondered if your words still carried weight. And yet, in that silence, I was still moving. In that stillness, I was still writing. Your voice didn't die. It was being refined. I had to take you into the quiet, not to punish you, but to purify you. Because what I'm about to place on your voice requires clarity, not clutter. Power, not performance. And now I declare it over you. The silence is breaking. The sound is returning. And your voice, your anointed, authority-filled, heaven-backed voice, is about to shake atmospheres. Don't downplay what I've placed in you. Don't silence yourself because others misunderstood your boldness. Your voice carries kingdom weight. When you speak, the spirit realm responds. When you open your mouth, things shift. And I am awakening that authority in you now. No more whispering when I've called you to declare. No more hiding when I've called you to herald. You've been silent long enough. And that silence wasn't weakness, it was gestation. I was forming something in your voice, sharpening it, owning it, so that when it came forth again, it wouldn't just echo, it would cut through confusion, cut through fear, cut through lies. You're not just speaking again, You're prophesying. You're creating. You're releasing blueprints into the atmosphere. The enemy fought hard to shut your mouth because he knew what was buried in your sound. But he failed. Because I am the one who holds your voice, and I am releasing it now. And this voice of yours that won't just restore others, it will restore you. As you begin to speak again, you'll feel joy return, clarity return, vision return. The fog will lift not through more striving, but through speaking what I've placed in your spirit. Your voice will no longer tremble, it will triumph. It will carry the sound of someone who's been through the fire and came out full of flame. Don't fear the volume of your breakthrough. Don't apologize for the strength of your testimony. You've been silent for a reason, but now you're being summoned. Summoned to speak. Summoned to lead. Summoned to call dead things to life. This is not about volume. It's about vibration. Heaven's frequency is on your voice. And it's rising, breaking, awakening. So lift it, child. Speak again. Sing again. Declare again. Because when you do, everything changes. Child, I know how many times you've walked to the edge of breakthrough only to be turned around by disappointment. You felt the heat of the fire, the tension of the moment, the rush of hope rising, only to see things fall apart right before they came together. How many times have you whispered, "I was so close"? How many times have you walked away from doors that should have opened, relationships that should have lasted, opportunities that slipped through fingers already worn from waiting? You've lived in a cycle of almost healed, almost free, almost there. But hear me now, with clarity that silences every lie. That cycle breaks here. The season of almost is ending. I, the Lord your God, am not the author of torment. I don't dangle promises like bait. I finish what I start. And this time, child, I'm finishing it. This is not the season of frustration. This is the season of fulfillment. I am bringing the scattered pieces into divine alignment. The partial victories, the incomplete stories, the dangling dreams, they are all being gathered under my hand. What you couldn't see was that every almost was actually a setup. I was maturing you while you waited, strengthening you in the in-between, building muscles in your faith that could only be formed in the tension of delay. Because the promise I'm about to complete in your life is too big to be handled immaturely. I didn't let it come early because I wanted it to last forever. And now, you're standing on the edge again. But this time, the door will not close. The thing you've prayed about, wept over, warred for, it's landing. Not as a hope, not as a teaser, as a tangible, undeniable completion. And I say this to you prophetically. You will no longer live in fear of cycles repeating. The trauma of almost will not sabotage the arrival of now. You don't need to brace for disappointment anymore. What I'm doing next in your life will sustain itself. It won't start and stall. It will begin in glory and end in grief. It will last. Because I'm the one building it. You're not walking into wishful thinking. You're walking into divine delivery. And child, it will not be late. It will not be delayed. It will not tease you and then vanish. It will stay. It will root. It will multiply. This is your completion season. And what once seemed impossible will now become your normal. And we're almost. And we're maybe. Only yes. Only now. Only God did this. My beloved, you have been through a fire that most never saw. A hidden furnace. A private proving ground. While others saw your smile, I saw your struggle. While you kept showing up, I saw what it cost you. You were being tested, not in punishment but in preparation. because what I'm about to release into your life required refinement. I'm not just giving you blessings, I'm giving you authority. And real authority is not earned in comfort, it is forged in fire. You were not being broken, you were being trusted. I chose you for this furnace. I watched you in it. I never left your side. And now, I'm stepping into the flames with a decree. It's time to come out, carrying glory, not smoke. The fire didn't kill you because I didn't allow it to. It refined you. It purified your motives, burned off the insecurity, melted away the need to be understood by man. And now, you emerge with something far more powerful than applause. You emerge with authority. The kind of authority that demons recognize. The kind that shifts atmospheres. The kind that doesn't come from a platform but from a prayer life. And I tell you now, what you've carried privately, I'm about to release publicly. Not for show but for impact. You've been trusted with pain, and now I trust you with power. Not to control, but to liberate. You'll speak, and things will shift. You'll pray, and chains will break. You'll move, and heaven will back you. Because you didn't just survive the fire, you surrendered in it. And let me be clear, this authority is not for a moment. It's for a mantle. I'm placing something on your shoulders now that will not lift. Something that rests heavy, but flows light. You will feel it when you speak, when you walk into rooms, when you touch others. They will not always know what shifted, but they will know that something happened. That's the authority of the refined. And child, you've been refined well. You didn't bow out. You didn't curse the process. You stayed even when staying cost you everything. And now, I reward what no one else saw. You may still feel the sting of the furnace, but that sting will soon become the fragrance of fire-tested favor. You're not just carrying oil, you're carrying fire. And where you go next, nothing will stay the same. You have authority, and now you will walk in it. My child, you've wondered why your name didn't rise with the crowd. Why, despite your faithfulness, your excellence, your heart, it seemed like others were called while you were forgotten. You watched others be platformed while your name sat in silence. You wrestled with the thought, did they forget me? Did you forget me? But I tell you today, not with the voice of a distant God, but as your loving Father, I have not forgotten your name. I have preserved it. Because your name was never meant to be thrown into rooms too small for your purpose. Your name was never meant to be a pawn in popularity games or diluted in spaces that couldn't carry your calling. I didn't hide your name to punish you. I hid it to protect its purity. Because your name carries weight. Not celebrity. Not clout. Not performance. But purpose. And when I announce a name, it's not for visibility, it's for assignment. When I put your name on the lips of others, it's not to flatter your ego, it's to unlock destinies. I kept your name out of places that would have used you. I reserved your name from people who would have drained you. I held your name until it could be spoken with honor. And now no him above do announce it. Not quietly, not vaguely, but with heaven's clarity. I'm about to make your name known in the circles that matter, in the rooms that hold keys, in the hearts of those who carry divine connection. You won't have to force it. You won't have to network for it. You won't have to beg for recognition. I'm doing the announcing. And hear me well. When I speak your name, it breaks delay. When I mention you, it releases favor. You are not being announced for popularity. You are being announced for prophetic placement. Your name will be spoken by mouths that carry influence, but it will be my breath that carries it. You are not building a brand. You are carrying a banner. One that reads, "God did this." You won't be able to take credit, because it will be so clear that it wasn't your effort, it was my timing. So don't scramble. Don't try to make it happen. Just keep doing what I told you to do, hidden, holy, and humble. Because when the announcement comes, and it is coming, you'll find yourself in places you didn't apply for, invited to rooms you never thought possible, trusted with influence you didn't campaign for. And in all of it, you'll know, my Father remembered my name, and when he spoke it, everything changed. Oh my beloved, there are things you've gone through that made no sense at all. Pain that hit without warning. Losses that felt like betrayal. Seasons that didn't seem fair, not because you were perfect, but because you were obedient. You followed me. You trusted me. You said yes when you could have said no. And still the storm came. The betrayal happened. The door closed. And somewhere in the middle of that ache, a question grew in your heart. Why would God allow this? What was the point of that pain? And I've let you wrestle with that question, not to mock you, but to meet you there. Because now, in this divine moment, I am lifting the veil. I am making the pain make sense. You did suffer in vain. You weren't broken for no reason. I did allow the fire to burn you. I allowed it to forge you. The things you walked through, they weren't meant to destroy your destiny. They were meant to define it. And now, I'm taking that very pain, that very path, and turning it into power. Not yes for you, but for others. I'm turning your trauma into testimony. Your crushing into clarity. Your history into healing. The places you wept the most will become the places you minister from. The depth of your pain has created a depth of compassion. You don't speak from theory. You speak from the throne room because you bled there. And now you carry power that can break chains. Watch how I do it. Watch how the very thing that tried to silence you becomes the sound of your breakthrough. Watch how the moments you wanted to forget become the memories I use to deliver others. Your story is anointed, not sanitized, not sugar-coated, anointed. And because you didn't curse me in the pain, because you kept coming back, even when it hurt, I am now turning what was bitter into something beautiful. You will feel the redemption. You will see the purpose, and you will be used. Not as someone who avoided the fire, but as someone who walked through it carrying oil. Don't hide the pain anymore. Let me finish the story. Because what once made you cry will now make others free. Child, so much of your life has felt hidden, not in shame, but in silence. You've carried dreams in your spirit like treasures buried beneath layers of time. You've walked through seasons where you felt overlooked, like a seed that fell between cracks no one noticed. And you started to wonder if maybe you were meant to stay there, in the middle, in the shadows, in that place between becoming and arriving. But I speak to you now with a roar and a whisper. You were never forgotten. You were being kept, preserved, prepared, shielded from exposure that would have come too soon. Hidden not to be ignored, but to be unveiled, in the right time, in the right way, for the right impact. And child, the time is now. You're not just turning a page. You are stepping into the unveiling of what heaven hid for this exact moment in time. There is a revealing happening, not of your image, but of your identity. Not for applause, but for assignment. I'm stripping off every false label the world tried to stick on you. Too quiet, too intense, too late, too much. And I am calling you forth as called, chosen, anointed, and aligned. You're not walking into this next season confused. You're walking in clarified. Your story is no longer scattered. The dots are connecting. The path is clearing, and what once made no sense will suddenly be a tapestry of divine orchestration. I'm removing the veil that kept you covered, and now I'm introducing you to the world in the fullness of who I created you to be. And listen, this unveiling will not be loud, but it will be unshakable. It will not look like hype. It will look like heaven breaking through a yielded vessel. And when this unveiling happens, as it is already beginning, don't shrink back. Don't apologize for the glory resting on your shoulders. You've paid a price for this. You've been faithful in the furnace, obedient in obscurity, surrendered in seasons that made no sense. And now I'm saying, come forth. No more hiding. No more hesitating. No more asking permission to be who I formed in secret. This is the divine unveiling, and it won't stop with you. Your unveiling will unveil others. You will be a mirror that reflects their calling, a sound that wakes up sleeping dreams, a light that breaks through fog. Because when I unveil you, I'm not just revealing you, I'm revealing me through you. And nothing will ever be the same. Beloved, listen closely. You felt it in your spirit, that holy tension, that internal stirring. It's the sense that something's shifting, but also the frustration of not seeing it yet with your eyes. You felt like something's been holding it back, like you're standing in front of a gate that just won't open. And your heart has cried, Lord, what else needs to break before I see the breakthrough? Today, I answer you directly. The final delays are breaking now. Not by your might, not by your manipulation, but by my divine decree. I've let things pause, not to tease you, but to time you. And the time has finally arrived. What you felt was stuck was simply being staged. And now, the stage is set. The delay is over. The acceleration has begun. You will feel it. Not as chaos, but as clarity. Not as pressure, but as push. You will suddenly find yourself in moments where things begin to align without effort. Emails sent, doors opened, invitations extended, favor flowing. This will not be hustle-fueled. It will be spirit-breathed. Because when I accelerate something, it's not fast for the sake of speed. It's fast for the sake of fulfillment. And child, I've seen the years you thought were lost. I've seen the time you mourned. And I'm not just making it up to you. I'm redeeming it in fullness. What would have taken years will now take months. What looked impossible will now come easily. Not because the path changed, but because my wind has come upon it. You're not behind. You're right on time. And this is the hour I am making up for all the time you thought you lost. But I must tell you this, don't resist the suddenness. Don't sabotage it with self-doubt. Don't let your history delay your now. When the acceleration hits, it will require you to move quickly, but not anxiously. To say yes, even when it feels too big. To believe, even when your past whispers otherwise. I'm not asking you to make it happen. I'm asking you to move with me. Because the final barriers are falling. The ones you didn't even know were still in the way. The unseen resistance is breaking. The invisible blockade is crumbling. And what was delayed is now being delivered. You don't have to push the door open. It's already swinging wide. You don't have to pray for confirmation. This is your confirmation. The green light has come. The heavens are backing you. The clock has struck fullness. And you, my child, are stepping into divine acceleration. Yes, child, this is personal. The good news that heaven has whispered over your life, the breakthroughs I've promised, the destiny I've spoken, it's not floating in the distance waiting for someone else. It's coming through you. I haven't just written a story of hope for you. I've placed a story of hope in you. You are not simply a bystander in the kingdom. You are not simply the recipient of someone else's miracle. You are the carrier of the message, the voice of heaven in the earth, the evidence of redemption, the living, breathing, walking testimony of what my goodness looks like. And I need you to see yourself as I see you, anointed, appointed, and assigned. You didn't go through all of this for nothing. Every valley, every delay, every hard-won victory was not just for your healing. It was for your mantle. You carry something now that you didn't carry before, and the weight of it is glorious. It's not just the memory of survival. It's the sound of divine authority. It's the fragrance of fire-tested faith. And I have not just given it to you so you can sit still. I've given it to you because I am sending you into rooms that need revival, into families that need healing, into atmospheres that need the sound of good news. You won't have to pretend. You won't have to perform. You'll simply have to be. Be who I've made. Be who I've refined. Be who I've called. And the message will flow through you like a river. And here is what you must understand. This message isn't just for platforms. It's not reserved for microphones or stages. It is for every space you walk into. The good news will drip from your words when you speak over the phone. It will radiate from your eyes when you walk into a room. It will pour out in your prayers. It will echo in your silence. Because you are not carrying a sermon. You are carrying a sound. And the sound is me. I am the good news. I am the joy. I am the freedom. I am the power. And I have chosen you to be my vessel. Not because you're perfect, but because you are willing. Not because you've never failed, but because you always come back. And now, I'm sending you. Not empty-handed, but full. Full of truth. Full of glory. Full of me. So go, child. Not in fear, but in fire. Not in doubt, but in destiny. You carry the good news. Not just in theory, but in demonstration. You are not just a recipient. You are a revival in motion. And everywhere you go, hell will tremble. Hope will rise. Chains will break. Because the news is not just good. The news is you've been chosen to carry it. I just declared, the good news is not just coming. You are the one I've chosen to carry it. Now I call you into action. You've received my word, now become a distributor of hope. Through super thanks, membership, or a PayPal offering, you step into the sacred work of funding the river that carries living water to the thirsty. This is not charity, it is commission. When you release your seed, you become part of a divine chain reaction. I said, those who sow in tears will reap with songs of joy, Psalm 126:5. And I will make that true for you. There is glory on your giving. Here is fire on your offering. Don't scroll past. Toe into this moment now. The harvest begins the moment you move. Before you scroll away, pause, because this is not just a message you watch, this is a moment I ordained. If you receive this word deep in your spirit, then open your mouth and declare it. Comment below, the good news just arrived, and it's mine. Let all of heaven and every doubt in hell hear that you believe what I've spoken. This declaration is not for show. It's a signal to your future, a seal of your faith. Don't let this encounter end in silence. Respond and watch what I release next. Now stay right here, don't rush away. The moment you responded, something began to shift in the unseen. Heaven leaned in closer. What you just declared has already started unlocking what's been waiting for you. So before you take another breath, I want you to receive what comes next, because the message you just agreed with is now about to speak directly to your soul. Breathe. Just for a moment, let the noise of your day fade away. I have news for you, good news that has just arrived, and it requires your immediate attention. This isn't about your to-do list or the demands pressing in on you. This is about your very soul. To listen to me. Hear my voice cutting through the static of your own thoughts. I see you. I see how you carry the weight of yesterday, that mistake you made last week, the one you keep replaying in your mind, feeling the sting of it as if it just happened. I see the shame that tries to cling to you like a heavy coat you can't take off. You think I am disappointed. You think you have to work your way back into my good graces. But the news I have for you today shatters that lie completely. The slate is clean. It has been wiped clean, not by your efforts or your promises to do better, but by the precious blood of my Son, Jesus. Every dark mark, every smudge, every scar from your past, it is gone. Washed away in a flood of grace so powerful it leaves no trace behind. And this forgiveness, my beloved, is not just for the person you were. It's for the person you are right now, and the person you will be tomorrow. I know your fear. I hear that whisper inside you that says, but what if I stumble again? What if I make the same mistake tomorrow? My child, my grace is not a fragile thing. It is a mighty ocean. It covers your past sins, your present struggles, and every future stumble you will ever make. It is greater than your greatest failure. I have taken every one of your transgressions, the ones you remember and the ones you've forgotten, the secret ones and the public ones, and I have removed them from you. You know how far. As far as the east is from the west. Stop and think about that. It is a distance that can never be measured, a journey with no end. That is how completely I have separated you from your sin. It is gone. Because of this, the voice of condemnation has no power over you. I know you hear it. It's the voice that tells you that you are not good enough, that you are a fraud, that you will always be defined by your worst moments. That is not my voice. My voice speaks life. My voice speaks freedom. And I declare to you now, there is no condemnation for you. And you are in Christ Jesus, and when I look at you, I do not see a sinner I have to tolerate. I see my child, righteous and pure. I do not hold your mistakes against you. I am not keeping a record of your wrongs, waiting for you to slip up. That record was nailed to the cross and erased forever. So, here is my command to you, my precious one. Walk in this freedom. Starting right now. When you get up from this moment, walk as a forgiven person. Walk into your kitchen, into your workplace, into that difficult family conversation, not with your head down in shame, but held high in the quiet confidence of one who is completely and eternally loved and forgiven. This is not just a hope for the future. This good news has arrived. It is your reality now. Open it. Live in it. Breathe it in. You are forgiven. My beloved, I want to talk to you about that feeling of loneliness that creeps in, even when you are surrounded by people. I see you in a crowded room, feeling completely alone. I hear the profound silence after you hang up the phone, the ache of isolation that follows. I am with you in the dead of night, when you are the only one awake in your house, your thoughts swirling with worry. You feel unseen in those moments. You feel as if you are facing it all by yourself, the tough decision at work, the tension in your home, the fear of what the future holds. You believe you are walking through this life alone. But that is a feeling, not a fact. The truth, the unbreakable good news, is that you have never been alone. Not for a single breath, not for a fraction of a second. I am with you always, to the very end of the age. This is not a poetic sentiment, it is a profound reality. I am Emmanuel, which means God with you. I am with you in the most ordinary parts of your day. When you are driving to work, my presence fills that car. When you are waiting in line at the grocery store, I am standing there with you. When you are performing the most mundane task, I am there, fully present, fully engaged with you. You are never out of my sight. There is no corner of your life where I am not. In your deepest, darkest valley, the valley of grief after loss, the valley of failure when you have fallen short, the valley of fear when a doctor gives you bad news, I am walking beside you. My hand is on you. You are not alone in the shadows. And on your highest mountain, the moment of success, the peak of joy, the day of celebration, I am there too, rejoicing with you. My presence is not a reward for your good days. It is a constant in all of your days. So do not be afraid. Do not let that anxiety about facing tomorrow by yourself take root in your heart. I am your God. I am with you wherever you go. When you walk into an intimidating meeting, I walk in with you. When you face a difficult conversation, my wisdom is available to you. When you feel overwhelmed by your responsibilities, my strength is your own. The Holy Spirit, my very essence, does not just walk beside you, He dwells within you. He is your comforter when you are hurting, your guide when you are confused, a constant friend who knows your every thought. You are never hidden from my sight. You are never outside of my loving care. Pause right now. Breathe in. Feel the air fill your lungs. That is a sign of my closeness. Feel the solid ground beneath your feet. I am your foundation. You are not alone. You have never been alone. You will never be alone. This is my unbreakable promise to you. Now, let's talk about who you are. I hear the questions you ask yourself in the quiet moments. You look in the mirror and see your flaws, your age, your weariness. You look at your life and see the things you haven't accomplished, the dreams that have faded. You scroll through the lives of others and a feeling of insignificance washes over you. The world is constantly trying to give you a label. It wants to define you by your job title, by your bank account, by your relationship status, by your successes, and especially by your failures. And you have started to believe those labels, haven't you? You have started to believe you are what you do, what you have, or what you have done wrong. Today, that ends. I am here to tell you the good news of who you truly are. You are no longer a slave to fear, but my own beloved child. Hear that word, child. You belong to me. I have called you by your name. Before you were ever formed, I knew you. I chose you. You are not a random collection of cells. You are fearfully and wonderfully made, knit together by my own hands for a purpose. Every part of you, your strengths, your quirks, the very things the world might call weaknesses, was intentionally designed by me. Your worth is not a fluctuating stock price based on the world's opinion. It is not found in the approval of others or in your own performance. Your worth was forever settled at the cross. It is fixed, infinite, and unchangeable, based on the price my Son was willing to pay for you. You are that valuable to me. Because of this, you are a new creation. The old you, the one defined by past mistakes and brokenness, has passed away. It is gone. The new has come. You are not just a cleaned-up version of your old self. You have been fundamentally transformed from the inside out. Your spiritual DNA hath been rewritten. You are a citizen of heaven, a member of my very own household. You belong to a royal priesthood. This is not a future reality. It is who you are right now. So, I command you to stop letting the world label you. Reject the names that shame and diminish you. When you are tempted to see yourself as a failure, I call you forgiven. When you feel like an orphan, I call you my child. When you feel weak, I call you empowered. When you feel lost, I call you found. Your true identity is not in what you have done, but in what I have done for you. It is unshakable, secure, and eternal. This is who you are. Walk in it. My child, I see the turmoil in your mind. I see the thoughts that race at 3 in the morning, the constant loop of worries that steal your rest. The what-ifs that haunt you. What if I lose my job? What if my family falls apart? What if I get sick? What if I fail? This constant striving, this pressure to hold everything together, has left you exhausted. It has created a knot of anxiety deep in your stomach that you carry with you throughout your day. You long for quiet. You long for calm. The good news I bring you today is a gift, a divine exchange. I want to take your anxiety and give you my peace. This peace is not like anything the world can offer. The world's peace is temporary. It is the absence of conflict, a momentary distraction from the chaos. But my peace is different. It is a deep, abiding calm for your heart and your mind that exists even in the middle of life's storms. It is the anchor for your soul. An anchor does not stop the storm. The waves will still crash, and the winds will still howl. But the anchor holds the ship steady, preventing it from being smashed against the rocks. This is the peace I give to you. It will not necessarily remove your problems, but it will hold you secure in the midst of them, keeping your heart from being overwhelmed by the chaos around you. So how do you receive this gift? Cast all your anxieties upon me. Do it now. I want you to mentally hand them over. Give me that worry about your finances. Place it in my hands. Give me that fear about that upcoming conversation. I will take it. Give me that unspoken tension in your family. Lay it at my feet. You were never designed to carry these burdens alone, for I care for you deeply. As you release them to me, my peace will stand guard over your heart and your mind. Imagine it like a soldier, a heavenly protector, standing watch, refusing to let anxiety, fear, and worry trespass into your soul. This divine tranquility is your inheritance as my child. It is not something you have to strive for. You only need to receive it. Let go of your desperate need to control every outcome. Surrender your worries. Trust in my sovereign plan and find rest for your soul. This is my gift to you today. Receive it. Do you truly know deep in your core that I love you? I know you have heard the words, but the good news I want to deliver to your heart today is the reality of that love. It is a love so vast, so powerful, and so relentless that it changes everything. Human love is often conditional. You have felt its sting. You have been loved for what you can do, for how you can make others feel, and you have seen that love fade when you fail to meet expectations. You have carried this experience into your relationship with me. You secretly believe you have to earn my love, that my affection is based on your performance. You fear that one major mistake will be the final straw, that I will finally turn away in disappointment. My child, let me shatter that fear with the truth. My love is not based on your performance. It is based on my character. I love you because I am love. I loved you before you were ever formed in your mother's womb. I love you at your best, and I demonstrated the depth of my love by sending my only son to die for you while you were still at your worst, while you were still a sinner. My love is not a response to your goodness. It is the source of it. It is a pursuing, redeeming love that sought you out when you were lost and brought you home. And nothing can ever separate you from this love. Do you hear me? Nothing. Not your troubles or your hardships. not your fears for today or your worries about tomorrow, not your failures from the past or the stumbles yet to come, not the highest height of your success nor the lowest depth of your despair. Nothing in all creation can build a wall between you and my love. It is the most constant, unmovable force in the universe. You are my treasured possession, the apple of my eye. This means I cherish you, I value you infinitely, and I protect you fiercely. So stop trying to earn what is already freely yours. Stop running and striving. Stop fearing that you will lose my affection. Instead, I invite you to simply rest. Rest in the boundless ocean of my love for you. Let it wash over you, heal you, and hold you. It is your safe harbor, your eternal home. This love is yours. Forever. I have poured out the very foundation of my love for you. To turn away now would be to leave my arms just as they have wrapped around you, and this would truly grieve my spirit. Do not go, there is so much more I must tell you about the purpose I have designed for your life. Do you ever look at your life and wonder if it really matters? You go through the motions of your day, work, chores, family duties, and you feel insignificant. You see others with what appears to be a grander stage, a louder voice, a bigger impact, and you feel overlooked, like your life is just a footnote in a larger story. The good news, my child, is that you were created on purpose, for a purpose that brings glory to my name. You are not an accident. Your life is not meaningless. It is a vital chapter in my grand narrative of redemption. Before the foundation of the world, I prepared good works for you to walk in. I wove a purpose into the fabric of your being. Look at your hands, your mind, your heart. The unique gifts and talents you possess were given by me. The passion that burns in your heart for a certain cause, the natural skill you have in a specific area, the compassion you feel for a particular group of people, these are not random. I gave them to you as tools to build my kingdom, right where you are. Your purpose is not some far-off, mystical calling you have to find. It is often found in the daily, faithful execution of the tasks right in front of you. Your purpose is found in being a person of integrity at your job. It is found in raising your children with love and patience. It is found in showing kindness to a difficult neighbor. It is found in using your unique skills to serve others. Do not despise these small beginnings. The world may not applaud your quiet faithfulness, but I see it, and it is great in my eyes. Your faithfulness in the little things is the training ground for greater things. Your life story, with all of its joys and its pains, its triumphs and its broken pieces, is a powerful testimony to my grace. I am weaving it all together to show my goodness to a watching world. So, I am calling you today to step into the purpose I have for you with courage and faith. Embrace who I made you to be. Use the gifts I have given you. Fulfill the responsibilities I have placed before you. Stop comparing your chapter to someone else's. Your role is unique and essential. Your life matters deeply to me and to my kingdom. This is your divine purpose. Walk in it. I see you, my precious one, awake in the quiet hours of the night. It is not peace that keeps you awake, but numbers. Numbers on bills, numbers in your bank account, the overwhelming math of not enough. I see the worry etched on your face as you think about providing for your family, about the rising cost of living, about the fragile security of your job. That knot in your stomach, that fear of scarcity, is a heavy burden to carry. You look at the world, and it screams that you must strive, claw, and worry your way to security. You see others who seem to have so much, and you whisper, "My God, have you forgotten me?" The good news I bring to you today is a direct answer to that whispered prayer. It is a truth that silences the world's screams of lack, I am your shepherd, and I promise you will lack no good thing. This is not a hollow phrase. It is the cornerstone of my covenant with you. A good shepherd knows his sheep. He knows where to find green pastures for them to eat and quiet waters for them to drink. He protects them from predators. He ensures their every true need is met. I am your good shepherd. Your need for food on the table, a roof over your head, clothes on your back, these things are not insignificant to me. I am intimately aware of them. But my provision goes deeper than that. I know your need for strength when you feel weak, for wisdom when you are confused, and for peace when you are afraid. I promise you will lack no good thing, and my definition of good is perfect and complete. Stop for a moment and consider the lilies of the field. They do not labor or spin, yet their beauty outshines that of the wealthiest king. Consider the sparrows. Not one of them falls to the ground apart from my will. They do not sow or reap or store away in barns, yet I, your heavenly Father, feed them. Now, look at yourself in the mirror. You are of so much more value than they. If I lavish such care on a fleeting flower and a tiny bird, how much more will I care for you, my own child, created in my image? Your anxiety comes from believing that the burden of your existence rests solely on your shoulders. It does not. It rests on mine. This is why I tell you to seek first my kingdom and my righteousness. This is not a transactional formula where you do something for me to get something from me. It is an invitation to reorder your heart. It is a call to focus on what is eternal, your relationship with me, your character, your purpose, and to trust that as you do, I will handle the temporary details of your daily life. Food, drink, clothing, all these things will be given to you as well. My supply line is infinite, grown from my glorious riches in Christ Jesus. Trust me as your Jehovah Jireh, the Lord who provides. It is not just what I do, it is who I am. You are so tired, my child. I see it in your very bones. You are tired of being strong, tired of pretending you have it all under control. The world demands strength, confidence, and capability. So you put on a brave face, you push through the exhaustion, all while the voice inside you whispers that you are an imposter, that you are weak, that you are just one crisis away from falling apart completely. You look at your weakness, your impatience, your fear, your physical limitations, your emotional fragility, and you see it as a failure, a disqualification. You try to hide it, to overcome it with your own willpower. But the good news I bring you today turns your understanding of strength completely upside down. Your weakness is not your liability. It is the very doorway for my power. My power is made perfect in your weakness. Read those words again. It is not in spite of your weakness, but because of it, that my strength can be fully displayed in your life. As long as you rely on your own limited power, you will only achieve what a human can achieve. But when you come to the end of yourself, when you admit, I can't do this, you create a space for me to step in and do what only God can do. Your weakness is not a wall. It is a welcome mat for my divine strength. This is why, when you are weak, then you are strong. It is a divine paradox. Your admission of inadequacy becomes the foundation for my demonstration of all sufficiency. My grace is sufficient for you. My grace is more than forgiveness. It is my divine empowerment flowing into you. It is the spiritual fuel you need for every single task. You do not need to try harder. You need to depend more fully. Stop leaning on your own understanding and your own strength. It is like trying to build a house on shifting sand. Instead, lean on me. I am your rock and your fortress, a source of strength that never fails, a solid foundation that cannot be moved. With my strength flowing through you, You can do all things I have called you to do. This does not mean you will never face difficulty. It means that in every difficulty, you will have access to a supernatural strength to endure and overcome. That intimidating project, the challenging relationship, that long season of trial, you can face it, not with your own gritted teeth, but with my power welling up within you. Surrender your illusion of strength. Embrace your weakness as a gift. Exchange your exhaustion for my energy. Then you will feel something shift. You will stop striving and start soaring. I will renew your strength. You will rise up on wings like eagles. You will run and not grow weary. You will walk and not be faint. The pain of your present is so loud, isn't it? It screams at you, demanding all of your attention. The disappointment you feel is a physical ache. The grief is a heavy fog that makes it hard to see the path ahead. When you are in the midst of such suffering, the future seems either terrifying or non-existent. You look at your circumstances, and despair tells you, this is it. This is all your life will ever be. It will not get better. The pain of the past and the fear of the future can conspire to crush your spirit in the present. But I am the God who stands outside of time, and I have good news for you about what lies ahead. I am the author of your story, and this painful chapter is not the final one. The plans I have for you are for your welfare and not for evil, to give you a future and a hope. Let that sink into the deepest parts of your soul. My intentions toward you are always, and only, good. Even when you cannot see it, even when circumstances seem to scream the opposite, I am working all things together for your ultimate good. Your future is not a chaotic mess of random events. It is a masterpiece being woven together by a loving and sovereign hand. It is secure. Nothing you have done and nothing that has been done to you can derail the good plan I have for your life. Your future is not just safe, it is glorious. What awaits you in eternity with me is so magnificent that it will make the heaviest suffering you endure on this earth feel like a light and momentary trouble. This is why hope in me is a sure and steadfast anchor for your soul. In the raging storm of your current reality, this hope will hold you fast. It is not wishful thinking. It is a confident expectation based on the reliability of my character and the certainty of my promises. Your present pain is not pointless. It is productive. It is birthing a future glory that is beyond all comparison. Just as labor pains precede the joy of a new birth, your current struggles are producing in you a weight of glory. They are carving out a greater capacity for joy, deepening your character, and strengthening your faith. So I command you, lift your eyes from your present pain and look forward with joyful expectation. Do not just wait passively for the future, anticipate it with joy. Trust me, your author. I know the end of the story, and it is filled with more goodness than you can possibly imagine. The best is yet to come. I know you feel the battle raging. There is an enemy who despises you because you are mine. He attacks you with lies whispered in your own voice, telling you that you are worthless, unforgivable, and alone. He tempts you with the same old patterns of sin, seeking to trap you in cycles of shame. He oppresses you with a spirit of fear and despair, trying to steal your joy and paralyze your faith. You feel this fight. It leaves you drained, discouraged, and sometimes you feel utterly defeated. You feel like you are losing the war. But the good news I bring you today is a declaration from your commander-in-chief. The war has already been won. The one who is in you, my very own spirit, is infinitely greater than the one who is in the world. This is not a battle of equals. The enemy is a defeated foe. The decisive battle was fought and won at the cross. When Jesus declared it is finished, he was not just speaking of his life. He was declaring, the end of the enemy's reign of terror and death, is resurrection with the ultimate sign of victory, a display of power that shattered the darkness forever. This changes everything about how you fight. You do not fight for victory. You fight from a position of victory. You are not a soldier desperately trying to take a hill. You are a peacekeeper, enforcing a victory that has already been secured. This is why I have given you authority to trample on serpents and scorpions and to overcome all the power of the enemy. The authority does not come from you. It comes from me. It is yours to wield in the name of Jesus. So when the enemy attacks, you do not need to cower in fear. Your command is simple: resist the devil, and he will flee from you. How do you resist? You stand firm on my truth when he tells you lies. You hold up the shield of faith to extinguish his flaming arrows of doubt. You speak my word, which is the sword of the Spirit. Your resistance is not an act of willpower, but an act of faith in the victory that is already yours. I promise you, no weapon formed against you shall prosper. This does not mean weapons will not be formed. Lies will be crafted. Temptations will be sent. Schemes will be devised. But they will not accomplish their ultimate purpose, which is to destroy you. I will disarm them. You, my child, are more than a conqueror through him who loves you. You are not a victim. You are not a survivor. You are an overwhelming victor. Stand up, soldier. The victory is already yours. My child, I have just armed your spirit with the promise of victory and fortified your soul for the path ahead. It would wound my heart to see you lay down these truths and walk away now, just as the deepest transformation is about to begin. Do not turn from the rest of my counsel. There are truths you still need to hear about the freedom I long to give you. My child, your heart is broken. The pain is a physical weight, a pressure on your chest that makes it hard to breathe. The world offers cheap solutions. Distract yourself. Numb the pain. Just get over it. But grief is not an illness to be cured. It is a path to be walked. And the good news is that you do not have to walk it alone. In your deepest sorrow, in your most profound heartbreak, I draw nearer than ever before. I do not stand at a distance, waiting for you to pull yourself together. I enter into the sorrow with you. I am the God of all comfort. It is my very nature. My comfort is not a set of empty platitudes. It is my presence, a tangible reality that surrounds and upholds you when you feel you cannot stand. I am near to the broken-hearted, and I save those who are crushed in spirit. When your heart hath been shattered into 1,000 pieces by loss or betrayal, I am there, gently gathering the pieces. When your spirit has been crushed under the weight of disappointment, I am there, breathing new life into you. You feel as though no one could possibly understand the depth of your pain. But I do. I see every tear you cry in secret. I have collected them all. They are precious to me. Not a single moment of your anguish goes unnoticed or is dismissed. This is why I said, "Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted." Your mourning is not a sign of weak faith. It is a sign of a deep love. And your willingness to mourn, to truly feel the depth of your loss, creates a space that only my comfort can fill. Do not rush the process. Do not let anyone tell you that you should be over it by now. Weeping may last for a night, but my joy comes in the morning. This is a promise. The night of sorrow can feel so long, so dark, so endless. But the dawn is coming. The light of my joy will break through, not erasing the memory of the pain, but redeeming it. Until that morning comes, allow my presence to be the healing balm for your wounded heart. Stop trying to be strong. Stop trying to hold it all in. Just be still. Lean back into my everlasting arms and let me hold you. Let me comfort you. I am here. I will not leave you in your pain. I will carry you through it. My child, I know how you feel when you pray. You speak your words into the silence, and sometimes that silence feels vast and empty. You wondered if your words are just hitting the ceiling. You feel like you are bothering me with your problems, especially the ones that seem small and insignificant in the grand scheme of the universe. You ask, you plead, you cry out, and when the answer doesn't come immediately, or in the way you expected, you think, is he even listening? Does he care? Let me silence the doubt for you right now with this liberating truth. My ears are always open to the prayers of my children. There has never been a single word you have spoken to me that I have missed. Not one sigh of your heart has gone unnoticed. I am not a distant king, too busy to be bothered. I am your father, and I lean in to catch every whisper from your lips. Because of what my son has done, you have direct access to my throne of grace. Think about what that means. In the world, to speak to someone of great power, you need an appointment. You must go through gatekeepers. But you, my child, need no appointment. My throne is not a cold seat of judgment from which I look down on you. It is a warm, welcoming place where you can come to find mercy and grace to help you in your time of need. You can approach me with confidence at any time of day or night, from your car, from your bed, from the middle of a chaotic room, and you have my full and undivided attention. This is why I tell you to ask, and it will be given to you. Seek, and you will find. Knock, and the door will be opened to you. This is an invitation into a persistent, relentless relationship. I want you to be bold. I want you to deep ask you, to seek you, peep knock you. It does not weary me. It delights me. I also know there are times when the pain is too deep, the confusion too thick, that you do not even know what to say. You just groan. You sigh. You feel a wordless ache in your spirit. Do you think those moments are lost? Never. In those moments, my own spirit, who lives in you, intercedes for you with groanings too deep for words. He takes the raw, unspoken cries of your heart and translates them into perfect prayer before me. The pressure to find the right words is off of you. I simply long to hear from you. I delight in your voice. Just as a loving parent delights in the voice of their child, whether they are speaking eloquently or just babbling, I delight in hearing from you. Speak to me about everything, the big fears that keep you up at night, and the small frustrations of your day. Nothing is too big for my power, and nothing is too small for my care. Your prayers are not empty wishes sent into the cosmos. They are powerful and effective. They move my heart and they move my hand. So speak, my child. I am listening. My child, just as your prayers rise like a sweet aroma to my throne, so too can your actions release a river of life on the earth. If the Spirit is now stirring your heart to send this good news to a soul lost in darkness, know that this is my direct invitation to you. Your gift is not a mere transaction. It is a seed of light sown into fertile ground, a sacred oil that fuels this mission to the broken-hearted. I declare over you my promise. Give, and it will be given to you. A good measure, pressed down, shaken together, and running over will be poured into your lap. For with the same measure you use, I will measure back to you a harvest of grace and favor. Do not delay this divine appointment. Act now. Send forth this manna to the hungry through super thanks, membership, or the sacred link I have placed in the description below. Let us speak plainly about the fear that holds you captive. It is more than just a feeling. It is a prison. I see it. I see how it dictates your decisions, how it steals your joy, how it keeps you from stepping into the very things I have called you to do. It has many names, doesn't it? The fear of failure tells you not to even try. The fear of rejection keeps you from being vulnerable. The fear of the future paralyzes you with what is. The fear of what others think makes you hide your true self. It is a cruel master, whispering lies to you in the dark, and its grip feels so strong, so real. It manifests as a tightness in your chest, a racing in your heart. You feel chained by it. The glorious good news I bring to you today is the key to unlock those chains. You were not created to live in that prison. I have not given you a spirit of fear. Hear this. Fear is not your native tongue. It is not a part of the spiritual DNA I placed within you. It is a foreign spirit, an intruder. The spirit I have given you is one of power, of love, and of a sound mind. This is your true nature. You have my power to act with courage even when you feel afraid. You have my love, which is the perfect antidote to fear. And you have a sound mind, a mind that can be calm, ordered, and stable, not chaotic and spiraling. This is the truth of who you are. The freedom comes when you stop believing the lies of the imposter spirit of fear and start living out of the truth of the spirit I have given you. The great weapon you have against this enemy is my perfect love. My perfect love casts out all fear. Fear thrives in the darkness, in the unknown, in the threat of punishment or abandonment. But my perfect love floods that darkness with light. My love says you are completely forgiven, so the fear of punishment is gone. My love says I will never leave you, so the fear of abandonment is gone. My love says I am in control and my plans for you are good, so the fear of the unknown is gone. My love does not just coexist with fear, it expels it. It leaves no room for it. I am your light and your salvation. Whom shall you fear? When you are surrounded by my light, the shadows flee. When you are secure in my salvation, the threats of the world lose their power. In your moments of greatest anxiety, feel my hand holding your right hand. I am whispering to you, fear not, I am the one who helps you. Do not let your heart be troubled. Trust in me. Today make a choice. Release your grip on the anxieties you have been clutching so tightly. Open your hands and receive the courage, love, and peace I am giving you. Step out of the prison. You are free. I see you standing at a crossroads. The path forward is foggy, and you are paralyzed by the fear of making the wrong choice. The decision weighs on you about your career, your family, your finances, your future. The world offers an endless stream of conflicting advice. Your own mind argues back and forth. You feel overwhelmed, and you just want someone to tell you what to do. You plead for a sign, a loud voice from heaven, some undeniable proof of which way to go. The pressure to get it right is immense, because you believe one wrong turn could ruin everything. My child, breathe. The good news is that I am not a God who hides his will from his children. I am not trying to trick you. I delight in guiding you, and I long to give you the gift of wisdom. All you have to do is ask. If any of you lacks wisdom, you should ask me, and I will give it to you generously without finding fault. Notice the conditions on that promise. There are none. It does not say, if you are good enough, ask. It does not say, if you have not made a foolish mistake recently, ask. It simply says, if you lack it, ask. And my response is not stingy or reluctant. I give it generously, and I do not find fault. I am not angry that you are confused. I am not disappointed that you do not have the answer. I am a loving father who is pleased when his child comes to him for help. The very beginning of wisdom is found in this posture of humility, the fear of the Lord. This is not being scared of me. It is a reverent trust, an acknowledgement that I am God and you are not. It is the posture that says, I don't have the answer, but I know the one who does. So how do I give you this wisdom? I will instruct you and teach you in the way you should go. I will counsel you with my loving eye on you. I do this, first and foremost, through my word. My word is a lamp for your feet and a light for your path. It may not always have a specific answer for your 21st century dilemma, but it provides the light of my principles and my character, which illuminates the next right step. I also guide you through the inner counsel of my Spirit. As you quiet your heart before me, He will guide you into all truth. And your part in this partnership is simple. Trust in me with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways, acknowledge me, and I will make your path straight. Your job is not to have the entire map figured out. Your job is to trust me with the next step. My job is to clear the path. Stop striving to figure it all out. Simply ask, trust, and take the next step in the light I provide. I will not let you fall. Everything in this world that you work so hard for is temporary. I know this truth brings you a deep and quiet ache. Your body, which you try to keep healthy, will one day fail. The home you work to pay for will one day belong to someone else. The money you save can be lost in an instant. The relationships you cherish are subject to the fragility of life. This world, with all its beauty, is also a world of loss. It can leave you feeling as if you are building your life on sand, homesick for a place you have never seen. My child, that feeling is not an illusion. You were made for more than this. You were made for eternity. And the good news is that you have an inheritance waiting for you. An inheritance that can never perish, spoil, or fade. You are an heir of God and a co-heir with Christ. Stop and let the staggering reality of those words wash over you. An heir is someone who has a legal right to an inheritance. You have a legal right, sealed by the blood of my Son, to share in everything that is mine. All the glory, all the joy, all the peace, all the love of my kingdom is your inheritance. It is kept in heaven for you, a place where thieves cannot break in and steal, where moths and rust cannot destroy, where market crashes have no meaning. It is perfectly secure. It cannot be diminished. It will not disappoint. This world is not your final home. You are a sojourner, a citizen of heaven passing through. This truth changes everything. It reframes your perspective on your life here. This life is not about accumulating the most comfort or the most possessions. It is about investing in what will last forever. The treasures you store in heaven are eternally secure. What are these treasures? Every act of kindness done in my name. Every time you chose forgiveness over bitterness. Every dollar you gave generously. Every moment you spent serving someone else. Every prayer you whispered. These are the things that have eternal weight. The feeling that you do not quite belong here is true. You were created for my immediate presence, for a home where there will be no more tears, no more death, no more mourning, no more pain. That is the home I am preparing for you. That is your ultimate destination. So do not lose heart when the temporary things of this world fail you. Your true wealth is safe. Your true home is waiting. Your inheritance is guaranteed. Live this day in light of that eternal reality. I have opened the very windows of heaven and revealed the treasures of my kingdom to you. It is a deep sorrow to me when my child glimpses this eternal inheritance, only to turn away, satisfied with the fleeting things of the world. Do not be the one who walks away from the feast I have prepared. Stay, for the secrets to a life of true rest and joy are coming next. I know you long to hear my voice. You are looking for guidance, searching for comfort, desperate for a word of truth to hold on to in the chaos of your life. And you feel a frustration when you do not hear a booming voice from the sky. But my child, I have already spoken. I have given you an incredible gift, a direct line to my heart and mind. I am speaking to you through the words of the Bible. Do not see it as just an ancient book of stories and rules. It is so much more. The good news is that my word is alive and active, sharper than any double-edged sword. It is not a dead letter from the past. It is a living, breathing conversation I want to have with you today. The same Holy Spirit who breathed these words into existence now lives in you to bring them to life. He can take a passage written thousands of years ago and make it speak with stunning relevance directly into your situation this very afternoon. My word has the power to penetrate past your defenses, to the very division of your soul and spirit, to discern the thoughts and intentions of your heart. It is a divine mirror that shows you the truth about yourself and about me. It is not just a book to be studied. It is an experience to be had, a conversation to join. It is breathed out by me, and it is useful for every part of your life. It is there to teach you, to show you where you have gone wrong, to correct your course, and to train you in how to live a life that pleases me. It is intensely practical. In a world where truth seems to shift like sand, where opinions and philosophies come and go, my word is your one, unchanging anchor. Heaven and earth will pass away, but my words will never pass away. You can build your life on this rock. Your faith itself is built by hearing my word. If you feel your faith is weak, it is not something you need to muster up by your own effort. Feed your faith by listening to my promises. As you hear of my character, my power, and my love for you, faith will naturally rise in your heart. This is why I command you to meditate on it day and night. Do not just read it quickly to check a box. Meditate on it. Chew on it. Ponder it. Let it sink from your head down into your heart. As you do this, I promise I will make your way prosperous and you will have success. Your soul needs nourishment just as your body does. You would not starve your body of food. Do not starve your soul. My word is the bread of life. Come and eat and be satisfied. I see you, my child, trying to walk this path of faith on your own. I know why. You have been hurt. You placed your trust in people who claimed to follow me, and they wounded you with their judgment, their hypocrisy, or their neglect. So you retreated. You decided it was safer to love me from a distance, to keep your heart guarded from the messiness of other people. You have tried to be a lone soldier for me, believing your relationship with me is a private affair. But the good news I have for you today is that you were never meant to be alone. Solitude is a place I can meet you, but isolation was never my design for you. I have not called you to walk alone. I have placed you in a family of believers. This was my plan from the beginning. It is not an optional program for the extroverted. It is an essential part of your spiritual life, designed for your protection, your growth, and your joy. This family, the church, is not a perfect institution. It is not a museum for saints, but a hospital for sinners. It is filled with people just like you, flawed, broken, and in desperate need of my grace. And yet, it is within this imperfect family that you will find the most tangible expressions of my love. I have called you to bear one another's burdens. You cannot do this in isolation. You were not designed to carry the full weight of your life by yourself. I want you to have brothers and sisters who can help you carry that heavy burden when you are stumbling, and in turn, I want you to be strong enough to help them carry theirs. This is how my love is made visible in the world. There is a special power in your gathering. I have promised that where 2 or 3 are gathered in my name, I am there with them in a special way. My presence with you in your quiet time is precious, but there is a unique and powerful manifestation of my Spirit that occurs only in community. It is in the fellowship of believers that you are sharpened, like iron sharpens iron. It is there that you are encouraged and built up. Think of my church as a body, the body of Christ. You are a vital part of that body. You are not an appendix, an unnecessary part that can be removed. You are a hand, an eye, a foot. You have a function that is essential to the health of the whole body, and you, in turn, are incomplete without the functions of the other parts. A hand cannot say to the foot, I have no need of you. You need the wisdom, the gifts, and the support of your brothers and sisters, and they desperately need yours. So I am calling you today to take a risk. Ask me to lead you to the people I have for you. Step out of the safety of your isolation. It is in this messy, beautiful, imperfect family that you will find a depth of strength, support, and love that you will find nowhere else. You are so wearied, my child. It is a weariness that goes deeper than your body. It settles in your soul. I see the frantic pace of your life, the endless demands, the constant pressure to do more, to be more, to achieve more. You are running on empty, fueled by caffeine and sheer willpower. The world screams that your value is in your productivity, so you feel a deep sense of guilt whenever you try to slow down. Even your sleep is not restful, as your mind continues to churn with worries and to-do lists. You are burdened, not just by your tasks, but by the heavy weight of your own striving. The good news for your exhausted heart is a gentle invitation from me. Come to me, all you who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest. This rest I offer is not just a nap or a vacation. It is a deep, supernatural rest for your soul. It is the end of striving. I want you to understand the metaphor I gave you. Take my yoke upon you and learn from me, for my yoke is easy and my burden is light. You are already wearing a yoke. You are yoked to your own ambition, to the expectations of others, to your anxiety, to your need for control. And that yoke is heavy, ill-fitting, and it is crushing you. I am inviting you to a divine exchange. Take off that heavy, painful yoke and put on mine instead. My yoke is easy, not because the work is without challenge, but because I am in the yoke with you. I am pulling the weight. My burden is light because I carry the heavy end. My way of life is not one of frantic, anxious striving, but one of peaceful, trusting partnership with me. I will lead you beside quiet waters. I will restore your soul. This is my promise to you. I will proactively lead you to places of spiritual and emotional replenishment. But you must be willing to follow. You must be willing to let go. This leads to the most challenging command I give to this busy, noisy world. Be still and know that I am God. In a culture that shouts at you to hustle, I whisper to you to be still, to cease your frantic activity, to stop trying to control everything, to simply sit in the quiet and acknowledge that I am sovereign, that I am in control, and that you are not. In this stillness, in this quietness and trust, you will find your strength. Your true power does not come from your activity, but from your abiding. It remains a Sabbath rest for my people. It is not just a day of the week. It is a state of being. It is an internal posture of ceasing from your own works and trusting completely in my finished work. Enter into that rest today. Lay down your burdens. Unhitch yourself from the world's heavy yoke. Come to me. I am your sanctuary. I am your peace. I am your rest. Your past follows you like a shadow, doesn't it? There are moments, choices, and words from your history that you are deeply ashamed of. You carry them with you, and the regret is a bitter taste in your mouth. There are chapters in your story you wish you could tear out. Perhaps it was a great failure, a broken relationship, a secret sin. Perhaps it was not even your mistake, but a deep wound that someone else inflicted upon you, a wound so damaging you feel it has permanently ruined your life. You look at the broken pieces of your past, and the enemy whispers to you, "This is who you are." Your story is ruined. You are disqualified from ever being truly used by God. The good news I bring to you today is a truth that silences that accuser. I am the God of redemption. I am a master artist, and my specialty is taking the broken pieces of a life and making them the most beautiful part of the story. I am the God who works all things together for the good of those who love me. Notice, I did not say that all things that happen are good. They are not. There is real evil, real pain, and real brokenness in this world. What this promise means is that I have the infinite power and wisdom to take even the worst things, your most foolish mistakes and the most malicious acts of others against you, and weave them into a good and beautiful purpose. The enemy may have meant it for evil, but I can and I will use it for good. Your past failures do not disqualify you. In my kingdom, they often become your greatest qualifications. The humility you learned from your failure gives you a compassion for others you never had before. The experience of being lost and then found gives your testimony a power that those who have never wandered cannot possess. I am turning your mess into messages, your tests into testimonies. I am in the process of redeeming your story. Redemption does not mean erasing the past. It means giving the past a new meaning. I am like a master weaver working on a great tapestry. From your perspective, on the underside, all you can see are the tangled knots and the dark, ugly threads of your past mistakes. It looks like a chaotic mess. But from my perspective, on the top side, I am weaving those very threads into a beautiful, intricate design that you cannot yet see. The darkest threads are often necessary to make the brightest colors stand out in brilliant contrast. This is why, where sin abounded, my grace abounds all the more. My grace is more powerful than your greatest sin. So stop hiding the broken pieces of your life in shame. Bring them out into the light. Hand them over to me. Watch as I take what was meant to destroy you and turn it into the very thing I use to bring healing and hope to others. Your greatest wound can become your greatest ministry. Trust me with your story. I am still writing, and the ending is good. You often feel powerless, my child. You look at the mountains in your life, the sickness, the financial struggle, the broken relationship, the injustice in the world, and you feel so small, so helpless. You approach your spiritual life with a sense of timidity, as if you are a spiritual pauper, begging for scraps from my table. You see the darkness, and you feel that all you can do is hide from it and hope that it does not overwhelm you. You have forgotten who you are and whose you are. The empowering good news is this: you are not powerless. As a child of the King, you do not operate from a position of weakness, but from a position of divinely delegated authority. Behold, I have given you authority over all the power of the enemy. This is a staggering grant of power. It is not an authority that originates with you. It is mine, and I have given it to you to use in the name of my Son, Jesus. Think of an ambassador. An ambassador speaks with the full backing of the government they represent. They are not speaking on their own authority, but on the authority of their kin. You, my child, are an ambassador for Christ. When you speak my word, when you pray in alignment with my will, you are not just speaking your own feeble words. You are speaking as a representative of the kingdom of heaven, and all of heaven's power stands behind you. This is why you must not be timid. You are to approach my throne with confidence. knowing that you are a beloved child with full access and rights. The power source for this authority resides within you. The same Spirit that raised Christ from the dead now lives in you. Meditate on that. The power that conquered death, that rolled away the stone, that defeated hell itself, is not a distant force. It is your indwelling reality. This is why you are not to be a passive victim of your circumstances. I have given you the authority to bind and to loose. This means you can, in prayer, forbid the work of the enemy in a situation and release the work and will of heaven into it. I call you to speak my word with boldness. Your words, when they are filled with my word, are not empty. They carry creative power. They can bring light into darkness, order into chaos, and hope into despair. So stand up, my child. Stop seeing yourself as a victim. See yourself as who I have made you to be, an empowered, authorized ambassador of the King of Kings. Walk in that authority today. Pray with authority. Speak with authority. Face your challenges not with fear, but with the full assurance that you carry the power of heaven within you. I have just laid before you the very design for a life of community, authority, and supernatural joy. My heart aches when you hear these truths, yet choose to pick up the world's heavy yoke again when I am offering you my light one. Remain with me. The full revelation of your protection and the unshakable ground you stand on is not yet complete. My child, I see you chasing happiness. You think to yourself, if only I could get that job, if only I could fix this relationship, if only this problem would go away, then I would be happy. And sometimes you do get what you want, and a feeling of happiness comes. But you have noticed, haven't you, that it is a fleeting thing. It is like the weather. It comes and goes with your circumstances. The moment a new problem arises, the happiness evaporates, and you are left feeling empty again, starting the chase all over. This emotional roller coaster is exhausting. The good news I have for you is that I offer something far deeper, far more stable than happiness. I offer you my joy. Happiness is external. It depends on what is happening. Joy is internal. It depends on your connection to me. Happiness is a feeling. Joy is a fruit of my Spirit living in you. It can coexist with sorrow. It can be present in the midst of great trial. This is because it is not based on your circumstances, but on the unchanging truth of who I am and who you are in me. And this joy is not a luxury. It is an absolute necessity for your spiritual life. The joy of the Lord is your strength. Think about that. Joy is not just a pleasant feeling. It is your spiritual strength. It is the fuel that allows you to persevere through hardship, not with a grim, joyless determination, but with a resilient and hopeful spirit. A joyless Christian is a weak Christian, easily overcome by the discouragements of the world. A joyful Christian is a formidable force for my kingdom. So where do you find this joy? You find it in my presence. In my presence, there is fullness of joy. Joy is a direct byproduct of your intimacy with me. The more you abide in me, the more time you spend in my word and in prayer, the more your heart will be filled with a supernatural joy that your circumstances cannot touch. I told my disciples, I have told you these things so that my joy may be in you and that your joy may be complete. The very joy that I myself experience is the joy I want to give to you. It is a deep, abiding delight in the goodness of the Father and His purposes. I promise you that though you may have sorrow now, your sorrow will turn into joy. I do not deny the reality of your pain, but I promise you that it is not the final word. I will redeem it. I will transform it. I will bring you through it into a joy made deeper by the sorrow you have endured. Therefore, I command you, rejoice in the Lord always. I will say it again. Rejoice. This is not a command to feel happy. It is a command to choose joy. It is an act of faith. It is a choice to shift your focus from your problems to your unchanging, all-powerful, and ever-loving God. Choose joy today, my child. It is your inheritance, and it is your strength. My child, I know this world feels like a dangerous place. You hear a strange noise at night and your heart begins to race. You watch the news and see chaos and tragedy, and you are filled with a sense of vulnerability for yourself and for those you love. You feel fragile, exposed, a tiny, unprotected soul in a vast and often hostile world. The enemy would have you believe that you are walking alone, just one unlucky moment away from disaster. He wants you to live in a state of low-grade anxiety, constantly scanning the horizon for the next threat. But I want to pull back the invisible curtain for a moment and show you a stunning reality, a truth that changes how you walk through your days. You are not defenseless. You are never alone. You are constantly and powerfully protected. The angel of the Lord encamps around those who fear him, and he delivers them. This is not a sweet story for children. This is a statement of spiritual fact. An encampment is a military term. It means a fortified perimeter, a circle of armed guards. Right now, as you hear my voice, there is a camp of mighty, heavenly warriors surrounding you. I have personally commanded my angels concerning you, to guard you in all your ways. Think of it. The commander of heaven's armies has issued a direct order with your name on it. Your protection is their specific, personal assignment. These are not chubby infants with tiny wings. They are powerful, glorious beings who excel in strength and who obey my every command. And their purpose, as it relates to you, is clear. They are ministering spirits sent to serve you, because you are an heir of salvation. Their job is to help you, to clear obstacles for you, and to protect you from harms you will never even know existed. This protection is not only powerful, it is also deeply personal and intimate. I will cover you with my feathers, and under my wings you will find refuge. Picture a great eagle, covering its vulnerable young with its powerful wings. Underneath is a place of warmth, perfect safety, and absolute security from the storm. That is where you live. That is your spiritual address. You are surrounded by a heavenly host that you cannot see. There are more for you than there are against you. If I were to open your spiritual eyes right now, you would be stunned. You would see that your home, your car, your workplace are filled with the light and power of heaven's armies. This is the unseen reality. So when fear tries to grip your heart, I want you to remember this good news. My protection over you is constant and unwavering. It is not a special blessing for a good day. It is your permanent reality as my child. Walk in a new confidence today, not because the world has become safe, but because you are perfectly safe in me. You have heard how my unseen army protects you. Now, I am giving you the chance to become a visible part of that heavenly work on earth. If your spirit now yearns to send this word of truth like a chariot of fire into the lives of the lost, then this is your divine assignment. Your support becomes a shield around this message, allowing this light to pierce the darkest corners of the earth untouched. As you become a guardian of my word, I declare to you, I myself will be your shield and your exceedingly great reward. This moment is a divine appointment to partner with the hosts of heaven. Release your provision now. Become a sender of this good news through Super Thanks membership, with a PayPal link waiting for your obedience in the description. My child, look at the world around you. Everything changes. Seasons change, governments change, technology changes. The people you rely on change. They move away, they grow distant, Their promises are broken. Your own body changes. Your feelings change, swinging from high to low, sometimes in the same hour. Even your faith can feel strong one day and fragile the next. This constant flux, this endless instability, can create a deep insecurity in your soul. It can feel like you are trying to build your life on shifting sand, with nothing solid to hold onto. You may even fear that I am like this, that my feelings toward you change based on your performance, that my love is as fickle as your own. The good news I want to anchor your soul with today is this: in a world where everything changes, I do not. I am the same yesterday and today and forever. Let the profound peace of that statement settle over you. The God who spoke worlds into existence is the same God who is speaking to you now. The Jesus who healed the leper and welcomed the sinner is the same Jesus who welcomes you into his presence today. My character does not evolve. My power does not diminish. My goodness does not fade. Specifically, my love, my mercy, and my faithfulness toward you will never, ever change. They are not dependent on your mood or your obedience. They are rooted in my eternal and changing character. I am faithful even when you are faithless, because I cannot deny myself. Every good and perfect gift is from me, the Father of heavenly lights, with whom there is no variation or shadow of turning. Unlike the sun, which moves and casts shifting shadows, I am a source of pure, constant, unwavering light. My nature is goodness, through and through. You never have to wonder if I have a hidden dark side, or if I will suddenly change my mind about you. I am your solid, unmovable rock. While the world shifts around you like sand in a storm, you have a firm place to stand. You can build the entire house of your life on the foundation of my character, and I promise you, it will never crack. My promises to you are all yes and amen in Christ. They are not maybe or we'll see. They are guaranteed, sealed by the integrity of my unchanging name. So when you feel the ground shifting beneath you, when people let you down, when your own feelings betray you, I want you to plant your feet firmly on this truth. Stop looking for stability in the unstable. Build your life on the one certainty in the universe, the perfect, unchanging, and eternally faithful character of your God. I see your struggle, my child. I see that recurring sin that you cannot seem to defeat. I hear your frustrated prayers after you have fallen again, the ones filled with shame and self-disgust. Why can't I stop? What is wrong with me? Will I ever truly change? You try so hard in your own strength. You make resolutions, you promise you will do better. You try to manage your behavior through sheer willpower. But you find yourself falling into the same trap, and you are left feeling hopeless, believing that your heart is fundamentally broken and beyond repair. You think the problem is that you are not trying hard enough. But the problem is deeper. It is a heart problem. And the good news I have for you today is that I am a heart specialist. In fact, I perform heart transplants. This is the greatest miracle of all. I will give you a new heart and put a new spirit in you. I will remove from you your heart of stone and give you a heart of flesh. Your old heart, the one you were born with, was a heart of stone, hard, cold, rebellious, and unresponsive to me. No amount of effort on your part could make that stone heart soft. You cannot fix it or reform it. So, I do something far more radical. I perform a divine surgery. I remove that old heart completely, and I give you a brand new one, a heart of flesh. A heart that is alive, soft, tender, and sensitive to my touch. A heart that is able to love me, that wants to obey me. The very desires to please me that you feel are proof that this miracle has happened. This is what it means to be born again. It is not about turning over a new leaf. It is about receiving a new life. It is the moment my spirit makes you spiritually alive, giving you this new heart and connecting you to a living hope. And with this new heart, your relationship with me changes. My law is no longer a set of external rules written on stone tablets that you must struggle to obey. I have now written my law upon your heart. Your desire to do what is right now springs from an internal motivation, from the very nature of the new heart I have given you. And now, this miracle does not mean you will never struggle again. But the struggle is different. You are no longer a slave to sin, fighting a losing battle. You are a new creation in Christ, and my Spirit is now at work in you, transforming you into my image with ever-increasing glory. This is a lifelong process. So when you fall, do not despair and think the surgery did not work. Simply remember who you are. You are a person with a new heart. Stop trying to fix your old, dead heart. Start living from the new, alive one that I have already given you. This is the source of all real, lasting change. My child, look at your world. The news on your screen, the headlines, the political turmoil, the natural disasters, the senseless violence. It all feels so chaotic, so random, so out of control. It can create a deep and terrifying anxiety in you, a feeling that the world is a rudderless ship heading for the rocks. Then you look at your own life. The unexpected illness, the sudden job loss, the relationship that imploded without warning. It feels as if your life is spinning off its axis, subject to the whims of chance and misfortune. The enemy wants you to believe that no one is in charge, that you are a victim of a meaningless and cruel universe. But I need you to hear this truth today, a truth that is the ultimate anchor for your soul in the midst of the storm. I am on the throne, and I am in control of all things. My control is not a partial, limited control. It is absolute. I am sovereign. That means I have the supreme power and the ultimate authority over everything that happens in my creation. Nothing takes me by surprise. The event that shattered your world today was not a surprise to me. I know the end from the beginning. I am not reacting to history, I am writing it. My control is so meticulous that even the heart of a king is like a stream of water in my hand. I turn it wherever I will. If I can direct the will of the most powerful people on earth to fulfill my ultimate purposes, you can be sure that I am directing the details of your life as well. Now, this truth could be terrifying if I were not also perfectly good. A sovereign God who was cruel or capricious would be the ultimate nightmare. But you can have peace knowing that your life rests in the hands of a good and sovereign God. My power is always wielded by my love. My authority is always guided by my wisdom. My purposes for you are always good. My plan for your life and for all of history will not be thwarted. My purposes will stand, and I will accomplish all that I please. This does not mean you will understand everything that happens. From your limited perspective, many things will seem confusing and painful. But you can rest in the assurance that the one who is in control knows what he is doing, and he loves you with an everlasting love. So when the world feels chaotic, and your life feels unstable, I want you to lift your eyes from the churning waves of your circumstances and fix them on my throne. It is occupied, is unshakable, and I, your loving Father, am seated upon it. Therefore you can have peace. Let us speak frankly about that struggle, that sin that has you in its grip. You hate it. You confess it. You promise yourself and me that this time will be different. And then, it happens again. The cycle of sin, guilt, repentance, and repetition is utterly exhausting. It leaves you feeling like a failure, a hypocrite, and a slave. You feel powerless, trapped by your own desires, your own habits, your own brokenness. The enemy loves to see you in this place because he can whisper the lie, see, you'll never be free. This is who you are. But the good news I have for you today is a declaration of emancipation, a legal decree from the highest court in the universe that sets you completely and totally free. Through Christ Jesus, the law of the Spirit who gives life has set you free from the law of sin and death. Before you knew me, you lived under a spiritual law, a principle as certain as gravity, the law of sin and death. Sin was your master, and you had no choice but to obey its impulses, and its ultimate wage was death. But when you placed your faith in Christ, you were moved into a new jurisdiction. You now live under a new and more powerful law, the law of the Spirit who gives life. This new law breaks the power of the old one. This means that sin shall no longer be your master, because you are not under the law, but under grace. You are no longer defined as a slave to sin. You have been made a slave to righteousness. Your fundamental identity has changed. This is why I can say to you, if the Son sets you free, you will be free indeed. This is not a partial freedom. It is not a temporary parole. It is a complete, permanent, and total liberation from sin's dominion over your life. Sin is no longer your king. It is a dethroned tyrant trying to shout orders from its prison cell. It still has a voice, but it no longer has authority over you. So what is your part in this? Stand firm, then, and do not let yourselves be burdened again by a yoke of slavery. Freedom must be walked in. You must actively believe the truth of who you are. When temptation comes, you must not say, I am a helpless slave to this. You must say, I am free from this. Sin is not my master. Through my Spirit who lives in you, you now have the power to say no to temptation. The choice is now yours in a way it never was before. You are not fighting to get free. You are fighting to stay free. So when you stumble, do not fall back into the slave mentality. Get up. Remind yourself of the truth that you are free indeed. Receive my forgiveness, and keep walking in the glorious liberty I have won for you. I am the same yesterday and today and forever. Let the profound peace of that statement settle over you. The God who spoke worlds into existence is the same God who is speaking to you now. The Jesus who healed the leper and welcomed the sinner is the same Jesus who welcomes you into his presence today. My character does not evolve. My power does not diminish. My goodness does not fade. Specifically, my love, my mercy, and my faithfulness toward you will never, ever change. They are not dependent on your mood or your obedience. They are rooted in my eternal and changing character. I am faithful even when you are faithless, because I cannot deny myself. Every good and perfect gift is from me, the Father of heavenly lights, with whom there is no variation or shadow of turning. Unlike the sun, which moves and casts shifting shadows, I am a source of pure, constant, unwavering light. My nature is goodness, through and through. You never have to wonder if I have a hidden dark side, or if I will suddenly change my mind about you. I am your solid, unmovable rock. While the world shifts around you like sand in a storm, you have a firm place to stand. You can build the entire house of your life on the foundation of my character, and I promise you, it will never crack. My promises to you are all yes and amen in Christ. They are not maybe or we'll see. They are guaranteed, sealed by the integrity of my unchanging name. So when you feel the ground shifting beneath you, when people let you down, when your own feelings betray you, I want you to plant your feet firmly on this truth. Stop looking for stability in the unstable. Build your life on the one certainty in the universe, the perfect, unchanging, and eternally faithful character of your God. I see your struggle, my child. I I see that recurring sin that you cannot seem to defeat. I hear your frustrated prayers after you have fallen again, the ones filled with shame and self-disgust. Why can't I stop? What is wrong with me? Will I ever truly change? You try so hard in your own strength. You make resolutions. You promise you will do better. You try to manage your behavior through sheer willpower. But you find yourself falling into the same trap, and you are left feeling hopeless, believing that your heart is fundamentally broken and beyond repair. You think the problem is that you are not trying hard enough. But the problem is deeper. It is a heart problem. And the good news I have for you today is that I am a heart specialist. In fact, I perform heart transplants. This is the greatest miracle of all. I will give you a new heart and put a new spirit in you. I will remove from you your heart of stone and give you a heart of flesh. Your old heart, the one you were born with, was a heart of stone, hard, cold, rebellious, and unresponsive to me. No amount of effort on your part could make that stone heart soft. You cannot fix it or reform it. So, I do something far more radical. I perform a divine surgery. I remove that old heart completely, and I give you a brand new one, a heart of flesh. A heart that is alive, soft, tender, and sensitive to my touch. A heart that is able to love me, that wants to obey me. The very desires to please me that you feel are proof that this miracle has happened. This is what it means to be born again. It is not about turning over a new leaf. It is about receiving a new life. It is the moment my spirit makes you spiritually alive, giving you this new heart and connecting you to a living hope. And with this new heart, your relationship with me changes. My law is no longer a set of external rules written on stone tablets that you must struggle to obey. I have now written my law upon your heart. Your desire to do what is right now springs from an internal motivation, from the very nature of the new heart I have given you. And now, this miracle does not mean you will never struggle again. But the struggle is different. You are no longer a slave to sin, fighting a losing battle. You are a new creation in Christ, and my Spirit is now at work in you, transforming you into my image with ever-increasing glory. This is a lifelong process. So when you fall, do not despair and think the surgery did not work. Simply remember who you are. You are a person with a new heart. Stop trying to fix your old, dead heart. Start living from the new, alive one that I have already given you. This is the source of all real, lasting change. My child, look at your world. The news on your screen, the headlines, the political turmoil, the natural disasters, the senseless violence. It all feels so chaotic, so random, so out of control. It can create a deep and terrifying anxiety in you, a feeling that the world is a rudderless ship heading for the rocks. Then you look at your own life. The unexpected illness, the sudden job loss, the relationship that imploded without warning. It feels as if your life is spinning off its axis, subject to the whims of chance and misfortune. The enemy wants you to believe that no one is in charge, that you are a victim of a meaningless and cruel universe. But I need you to hear this truth today, a truth that is the ultimate anchor for your soul in the midst of the storm. I am on the throne, and I am in control of all things. My control is not a partial, limited control. It is absolute. I am sovereign. That means I have the supreme power and the ultimate authority over everything that happens in my creation. Nothing takes me by surprise. The event that shattered your world today was not a surprise to me. I know the end from the beginning. I am not reacting to history. I am writing it. My control is so meticulous that even the heart of a king is like a stream of water in my hand. I turn it wherever I will. If I can direct the will of the most powerful people on earth to fulfill my ultimate purposes, you can be sure that I am directing the details of your life as well. Now, this truth could be terrifying if I were not also perfectly good. A sovereign God who was cruel or capricious would be the ultimate nightmare. But you can have peace knowing that your life rests in the hands of a good and sovereign God. My power is always wielded by my love. My authority is always guided by my wisdom. My purposes for you are always good. My plan for your life and for all of history will not be thwarted. My purposes will stand, and I will accomplish all that I please. This does not mean you will understand everything that happens. From your limited perspective, many things will seem confusing and painful. But you can rest in the assurance that the one who is in control knows what he is doing, and he loves you with an everlasting love. So when the world feels chaotic, and your life feels unstable, I want you to lift your eyes from the churning waves of your circumstances and fix them on my throne. It is occupied, is unshakable, and I, your loving Father, am seated upon it. Therefore, you can have peace. I have unveiled my very heart, my sovereign control, and my unchanging nature, the unshakable rock upon which your entire existence is built. It would grieve me deeply to see you hear this, only to build your life on the shifting sands of fear and doubt. You not dishonor such a revelation. Let me show you the path to true, lasting freedom. Let us speak frankly about that struggle, that sin that has you in its grip. You hate it. You confess it. You promise yourself and me that this time will be different. And then, it happens again. The cycle of sin, guilt, repentance, and repetition is utterly exhausting. It leaves you feeling like a failure, a hypocrite, and a slave. You feel powerless, trapped by your own desires, your own habits, your own brokenness. The enemy loves to see you in this place because he can whisper the lie, see, you'll never be free. This is who you are. But the good news I have for you today is a declaration of emancipation, a legal decree from the highest court in the universe that sets you completely and totally free. Through Christ Jesus, the law of the Spirit who gives life has set you free from the law of sin and death. Before you knew me, you lived under a spiritual law, a principle as certain as gravity, the law of sin and death. Sin was your master, and you had no choice but to obey its impulses, and its ultimate wage was death. But when you placed your faith in Christ, you were moved into a new jurisdiction. You now live under a new and more powerful law, the law of the Spirit who gives life. This new law breaks the power of the old one. This means that sin shall no longer be your master, because you are not under the law, but under grace. You are no longer defined as a slave to sin. You have been made a slave to righteousness. Your fundamental identity has changed. This is why I can say to you, if the Son sets you free, you will be free indeed. This is not a partial freedom. It is not a temporary parole. It is a complete, permanent, and total liberation from sin's dominion over your life. Sin is no longer your king. It is a dethroned tyrant trying to shout orders from its prison cell. It still has a voice, but it no longer has authority over you. So what is your part in this? Stand firm, then, and do not let yourselves be burdened again by a yoke of slavery. Freedom must be walked in. You must actively believe the truth of who you are. When temptation comes, you must not say, I am a helpless slave to this. You must say, I am free from this. Sin is not my master. Through my Spirit who lives in you, you now have the power to say no to temptation. The choice is now yours in a way it never was before. You are not fighting to get free. You are fighting to stay free. So when you stumble, do not fall back into the slave mentality. Get up, Remind yourself of the truth that you are free indeed. Receive my forgiveness and keep walking in the glorious liberty I have won for you. My beloved, I see your pain. It is a constant companion, isn't it? For some of you, it is a fire in your joints, a weakness in your body, a diagnosis from a doctor that has filled your days with fear and your nights with discomfort. For others, the pain is not in your body, but in your heart. It is the jagged wound of a betrayal that has never healed, the hollow ache of grief that is always there, the scar tissue of past trauma that makes it hard for you to trust and to love. And for so many of you, there is the deep pain of regret, the sorrow over lost time. You look back at years consumed by poor choices, by addiction, by fear, or simply by aimless wandering, and you think those years were wasted. They were devoured. I can never get them back. You look at all this brokenness in your body, your heart, your history, and you wonder if you will ever be truly whole again. The good news I bring to your hurting soul is this: I am Jehovah Rapha. I am the Lord who heals you. It is not just something I do. It is my very name, my very character. My healing is for your whole being. For your body, I want you to hold on to this truth. By the stripes of Jesus, you have been healed. This is not a denial of the symptoms you feel right now. It is a declaration of a deeper spiritual reality. At the cross, my Son paid the price not only for your sin, but for all of its consequences, including sickness. Divine health is a finished work, a resource available to you now. I want you to come to me, your great physician, and by faith, draw upon the healing that has already been secured for you. For your heart, I am the one who heals the brokenhearted and binds up their wounds. I do not place a simple bandage over your pain. I am a gentle surgeon who goes to the deepest source of the wound, cleanses it with my love, and carefully stitches you back together with threads of grace, making you stronger in the very places you were broken. And for your lost time, I make you this incredible promise. I will restore the years that the locusts have eaten, the years you see as wasted, the opportunities you believe are gone forever. Place them in my hands. I have the power to redeem that time. I can accelerate your growth. I can multiply your fruitfulness, and I can pack more purpose and blessing into your future than was ever lost in your past. My restoration is always greater than the original loss. I am the God who makes all things new. So I invite you now, come to me for complete restoration and wholeness. Bring me your aching body. Bring me your broken heart. Bring me your wasted years. Do not hide your broken pieces in shame. Hand them over to me. I am the Master Restorer. I will not just patch you up. I will make you more beautiful and more whole than you ever were before. My child, I know you feel the pressure. The world screams at you to be successful, to be productive, to make a name for yourself. And even in your walk with me, you can turn that into a spiritual pressure. You strive to be a better person, more patient with your family, more loving to your neighbor, more self-controlled in your habits. You work hard, trying to produce good fruit in your life, and you become so frustrated when you fail, when you see the same old patterns of impatience and selfishness crop up again. You feel like a fruitless, useless Christian. It feels like you are trying to force apples to grow on a dead branch. The good news I have for you today will liberate you from this exhausting cycle of striving. It is not about trying harder, it is about abiding deeper. I am the vine, and you are the branches. Meditate on this picture. It is the key to everything. What does a branch do to produce fruit? Does it strain and struggle? No. A branch has only one job: to stay connected to the vine. The branch does not have the life source within itself. It simply receives the life, the sap, the nutrients that flow from the vine. And because it is connected, the fruit is a natural, inevitable result. My child, you are the branch. I am the vine. Apart from me, you can do nothing. This is not a threat. It is a promise of relief. It takes all the pressure off of you. Your job is not to produce fruit. Your job is to stay connected to me, to abide in my love, to spend time in my presence, to draw your life from me. If you remain in me, and I in you, you will bear much fruit. It is a promise. What is this fruit? First, it is the fruit of the Spirit. It is my own character growing in you. Love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. These are not things you can manufacture through willpower. They are the organic growth of my life flowing through you. The more you abide in me, the more your character will naturally begin to look like mine. The second type of fruit is the outward impact of your life on others. I chose you and appointed you so that you might go and bear fruit, fruit that will last. Your life can be a source of nourishment and blessing to the weary souls around you. A kind word, an act of service, a prayer for a friend, sharing the hope that is within you. These are eternal fruits. They bring glory to me and show the world that you are my disciple. So let go of the striving. Let go of the self-condemnation. Shift your focus. Stop trying to produce fruit and focus all your energy on simply abiding in me, your vine. The fruit will come. I guarantee it. My child, in the secret corners of your heart, you are afraid that you are a disappointment to me. You see your own sin, your weaknesses, your constant neediness, and you think, I must be wearing out his patience. I am a problem case. Surely his goodness toward me has a limit. After you fail, you feel a sense of shame that makes you want to hide from me, to try to clean yourself up before you dare to approach me again. You have been taught, by the world and even by religion, that you get what you deserve. So you live in a constant state of trying to earn my favor, of trying to be good enough to deserve my blessing and my help. The liberating good news I have for you today is a word, grace. And this grace is infinitely more powerful and more abundant than you have ever dared to imagine. Grace is my undeserved, unearned, and unearnable favor. It is a gift. You have been saved by grace, through faith, and this is not from yourselves, it is the gift of God. You could not do anything to earn your salvation, and you cannot do anything to maintain it. It is all a gift. My posture toward you is not one of waiting for you to mess up. It is one of leaning toward you with an ocean of undeserved kindness. And this grace is always more than enough. My grace is sufficient for you. It is perfectly tailored to your every need. It is enough for your most shameful sin, for your deepest weakness, for your most overwhelming trial. You do not have a grace deficit. You have a grace surplus. In fact, my grace operates on a stunning principle. Where sin increased, grace increased all the more. Think about that. My grace does not just match your sin. It completely overwhelms it. Your greatest failure becomes the very opportunity for my greatest grace to be displayed. You cannot out-sin my grace. This truth should give you the confidence to approach my throne of grace with boldness, especially in your time of need. When you have failed, that is the very moment you should run to me, not away from me, because my throne is not a throne of condemnation. It is a throne of grace. There you will find mercy for your failure, and grace to help you in your struggle. From the fullness of my grace in Christ, you have already received one blessing after another. Grace is not a limited resource that you can use up. It is an infinite, ever-flowing river that proceeds from my very heart. And this grace is not just a pardon for your past, it is the power for your present. It is my divine empowerment that enables you to live the life I have called you to. So stop trying to earn my favor. Stop hiding in shame. Stop believing you can exhaust my patience. Come and live in the ocean of my grace. It is always, and in every way, more than enough for you. I know you grow weary, my child. You fight the good fight of faith, but the battle is long. You look at the brokenness in the world, the injustice, the suffering, the evil, and your heart aches with a holy discontent. You look at the brokenness in your own life, the struggles that persist, the prayers that seem unanswered, the losses you have endured, and a weariness can settle deep in your spirit. A part of you groans, "How long, O Lord? How long until you make all things right?" You have a deep longing for a world without tears, a life without pain, a kingdom where all is at peace. My child, that longing was placed in your heart by me. It is a homesickness for your true home. And the good news, the ultimate hope that anchors your soul, is this: that day is coming. I am coming back. This is not a myth or a wishful thought. It is the certain and final chapter of the story I am writing. I am coming back for you, to take you to be with me where I am. This is not an abstract event. It is a personal reunion. Just as a groom comes for his bride, I am coming back for my church, for you. The Lord himself will come down from heaven with a loud command, with the voice of the archangel and with the trumpet call of God. It will be an unmistakable, glorious, and triumphant day. This is the blessed hope that you are to live in. He who testifies to these things says, "Yes, I am coming soon." This is my final promise in my word, and my answer to the cry of your heart. When I return, it will be the end of all that is wrong. On that day, every tear will be wiped away from your eyes. There will be no more death or mourning or crying or pain, for the old order of things will have passed away. The struggles you face now, which feel so overwhelming and permanent, are in fact light and momentary compared to the eternal weight of glory that is being prepared for you. Knowing this changes how you live now. This hope is not an escape from this life, but the fuel for it. It gives you the endurance to persevere through trials, knowing they are temporary. It gives you the courage to stand for righteousness, knowing that justice will ultimately prevail. It gives you the urgency to share my love with others, knowing that time is precious. So I tell you to be ready, for you do not know the day or the hour. This is not a call to fear, but a call to live with a joyful and eager expectation. Live each day as if it could be the day. Keep your heart right with me. Keep doing the good works I have prepared for you. And keep your eyes on the eastern sky. For the story is not over. The best is yet to come. I have just placed the keys of freedom in your hand and shared the ultimate hope of my return. It would wound my heart beyond words for you to hold these keys, yet choose to remain in any form of bondage when our conversation is so near its end. Stay, you must hear about the immeasurable, personal value I place upon you. My child, let's talk about how you see yourself. When you are alone, and the masks come off, what does the voice in your head say to you? It compares you to others, doesn't it? It points out all the ways you do not measure up. It tells you that you are not smart enough, not attractive enough, not successful enough, not spiritual enough. It replays your failures and magnifies your flaws. You have listened to this inner critic for so long, along with the critical voices of the world, that you have come to believe its lies. You have accepted a deep-seated feeling of worthlessness as the truth. The glorious, life-altering good news I have for you today is the truth about your immeasurable worth in my eyes. You are worth more than many sparrows. I am aware of every single bird, and not one falls without my knowledge. Yet you are infinitely more valuable to me. The very hairs of your head are all numbered. This is not a statement about my ability to count. It is a statement about the meticulous, intimate, and detailed attention I pay to you. I know you more intimately than you know yourself. I know your every thought, your every fear, your every dream. This is because your creation was not an accident or a random event. I formed your inward parts. I knitted you together in your mother's womb. You are not a product of an assembly line. You are a custom-designed, handcrafted creation of the master artist of the universe. I made you fearfully and wonderfully, and my feelings towards you are not one of detached tolerance or reluctant duty. This may be the hardest for you to believe, but it is the truest. I delight in you. I rejoice over you with singing. When I look at you, my heart is filled with a father's joy. You are a source of delight to me. You are my masterpiece, my poema, which means my poem or my work of art. You were created in Christ Jesus to do good works, to display my craftsmanship, my goodness, and my creativity to the world. Your worth is not based on your performance, your appearance, or your accomplishments. Your worth was established at the cross, where my Son paid the ultimate price for you. Your value is the value of the life of the Son of God, is infinite. So I command you today, in the name of love, stop listening to the lies. Never again doubt your immeasurable worth in my eyes. You are not a failure. You are not a disappointment. You are my beloved child, my masterpiece, my delight. Begin to see yourself as I see you, and walk in the dignity and honor of who you truly are. When my Son, Jesus, walked the earth, his disciples had the immense privilege of his physical presence. They could see him, touch him, hear his audible voice teaching, guiding, and correcting them. I know you have sometimes wished for that. In your confusion, you have thought, if only Jesus were sitting here with me, he could tell me what to do. In your loneliness, you have felt a deep ache, a sense of being left behind to navigate this difficult journey on your own. You feel like an orphan, trying to live out a faith that feels impossibly hard in your own strength. My child, the good news I have for you is so profound it will change your perspective entirely. I have not left you as an orphan. In fact, I have given you something even better than the physical presence of Jesus beside you. I have sent you my very own Spirit to live inside you. I have sent you the Advocate, the Holy Spirit, to be with you forever. He is not a vague, mystical force or an impersonal power. He is a divine person, just as I am, and just as Jesus is. He is your helper. He is your comforter. He is your counselor. He is your ever-present companion. When you feel alone, he is the one who reminds your heart that I am near. When you are grieving, he is the one who wraps you in my comfort. When you are confused, he is the one who whispers my wisdom to your spirit. This is the incredible reality of your new life. The very presence of God has taken up residence within you. His role in your life is active and intensely practical. He will teach you all things and will remind you of everything I have said. When you open my word and feel confused, it is the Spirit who illuminates the page, who takes ancient truths and makes them burn with relevance for your life today. When you are in the midst of a trial and your mind is clouded with fear, it is the Spirit who brings my promises to your remembrance, providing the exact truth you need in that moment. Furthermore, you have been sealed with the Holy Spirit, who is a deposit guaranteeing your inheritance. Think of what that means. A seal in the ancient world was a mark of ownership and protection. You are sealed, marked as mine forever. An official, unbreakable stamp of divine ownership is upon you. And he is the deposit, the down payment, the first installment of the full glory of heaven. His presence in you now is a foretaste, a guarantee that the rest of your glorious inheritance is absolutely certain. This means you are in a relationship with Him. I call you not to grieve the Spirit by ignoring His leading or by choosing sin, but to be filled with Him. This is a daily choice to surrender your will, to listen to His gentle guidance, and to let Him lead. He is the one who empowers you to be my witness, giving you the courage and the words to speak of me. He is the one who gently convicts you of sin, not to shame you, but to lovingly lead you back to the path of life. He is your inner compass, guiding you into all righteousness. This divine, universe-creating, death-defeating power resides within you. Stop trying to live this Christian life in your own feeble strength. Stop feeling like an orphan. You have a constant helper. Lean on Him. Listen to Him. Depend on Him. The infinite power of your indwelling God is your greatest resource. My child, we have journeyed through a universe of good news. We have spoken of your complete forgiveness, of my constant presence, of your true and unshakable identity. We have uncovered the gift of peace, the assurance of my unconditional love, the unlocking of your divine purpose, and the promise of my provision and strength. We have declared your victory, my comfort, my healing, my guidance, and my protection. We have laid out the certainty of my unchanging nature, your eternal inheritance, and the power of my indwelling spirit. This is a flood of promises, a treasure chest of truth so vast it can feel overwhelming. And I see the final, most important question forming in your heart. It is the question you have been trained by a lifetime of performance to ask. This is all so wonderful, but what is the catch? What must I do to earn all of this? What is my part? My beloved, the answer is so simple, yet so profound it will take a lifetime to fully live out. Your response is not to do, but to be. To be with me. The final and most crucial piece of good news is this invitation. Abide in me. All of these promises, all of these realities are yours in Christ. The key to experiencing them, to making them the reality of your daily life and not just a list of theological truths, is to remain in me. To live your life in a state of conscious, constant connection to me. What does it mean to abide? It means to abide in my love. It means you stop trying to earn my affection, and you simply rest in it. You wake up each morning and remind yourself, I am unconditionally loved by God, and you let that truth shape your entire day. It means to abide in my word. You make my scriptures not just a book you read, but the home your mind lives in. You let my truth be the lens through which you see the world, the standard by which you make your decisions. It means to abide in my presence daily. You cultivate an ongoing conversation with me through prayer, talking to me about everything, listening for my voice in the quiet moments. Abiding is not another thing to add to your to-do list. It is a posture of the heart. It is the posture of a branch connected to the vine, effortlessly drawing all its life and sustenance. It is the posture of a child living in their father's house, secure in his love and provision, not having to earn their place at the dinner table each night. This is the key. You do not get peace by striving for it. You get it by abiding in the Prince of Peace. You do not get joy by chasing it. You find it by abiding in my presence, where there is fullness of joy. You do not bear fruit by sheer effort. You bear it by abiding in the vine. All these promises are yours. The good news has arrived. My arms are open wide. The invitation stands. Run to me. Find your home in me. Stop striving and start abiding. Believe this good news, my child. Do not just agree with it. Build your life upon it. For it is not just a message. It is your very life, your unshakable hope, and your eternal reality. My child, abiding in me is not passive. It is the source from which all good fruit grows, and the overflow of my life in you is meant to become a river for others. If my life flowing through you now compels you to nourish the souls of others with this good news, then it is the vine itself producing this generous fruit through you, the branch. The fields are white for harvest, and this is your moment to be a sower of eternal things. I now declare my promise over your life. I who supply seed to the sower will supply and multiply your resources, so you may increase the harvest of your righteousness. Your obedience in this moment becomes a channel through which my kingdom advances on the earth. Sow your seed now. Release the overflow of my goodness through super thanks, membership, or the PayPal donation link below, and watch what I will do. My child, this good news has now been delivered directly to your spirit. Do not let it remain sealed by silence. You must open it with a declaration of faith. As a prophetic act, write these words below so your own eyes can see your decision. I have received the good news, and I am opening it now. Let this be the marker for this day, the moment you stopped just hearing the promise and started living in it. Let the heavens record your response, for your new life has already begun. Amen. If you believe in me, your Heavenly Father, then like this video and leave a heartfelt amen in the comments. If you want to stay closer to me, then subscribe to this channel.